Ugh, I'm going live. Okay, we're live now.
Okay.
You look good. Look at your hair. It's all like boom.
Really? I
Yeah.
like frizzy from humidity.
Right. That can look good sometimes, Like, I don't know.
That's a good hair.
Of course, we got Paul and First Shot already in the comments.
What's up, guys? How are we tonight?
Whew. Oh, it's thundering again.
Oh, I hear it.
Hopefully it rains. That'd be good. Hi, everybody who's watching. Jocelyn will join us at some point, I assume, and whatever. We'll just have another one of our crazy fun nights. What are you doing? The lemonade and vodka or tequila?
Blueberry vodka.
Okay. And lemonade.
Yeah, and the lemonade. Not straight. I'm not my mom.
But you understand it. We understand why. We get it.
Yeah, my mom's straight vodka.
Just like on ice, or?
Yeah, we were at a party one time, and I asked her if I could have a sip of water, and she was like, "Yeah, go ahead." And it was straight vodka. I was like, "Mom."
I love it. I love like our text right beforehand too, because it's like my mom drinks a little. They drink a little tiny bit now, but like growing up, they never drank. They were so like, straight edge and everything. Oh, here's Jocelyn. Okay. You guys both have beautiful hair tonight. Hey, Jocelyn.
Hello.
Okay, let me do a different angle here. Yay. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, well, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, this is Alice. This is
Hello.
Jocelyn. She watched when you were on the other day with Matt.
Oh, that was fun.
It was fun, and I loved how you guys showed up with drinks, and then right away I was like, "Oh yeah, you would have fun."
I had my beer today.
Oh, me too. I am already on my second one, and I have some ready in the cooler right here next to me. Although I'll have to get up because my tummy's being weird tonight. But anyways, happy Thursday. What is today? August 4th. Good God.
God. Crazy.
It's flying by as usual. Summer always flies by, I feel like.
It does.
But
does.
cheers. Yeah. Cheers to everybody. Cheers, you guys. You guys are in the future on the Eastern time to me, so.
Oh, that's right, because you're not in Eastern. You're out.
No, we'll still go. Alice will go freaking late sometimes, but this is her night. This is her night out because she's a stay-at-home mom, so she's always like, Thursday's my night out, so we go.
I love it.
I don't actually really like to go out. Like I like to hang out with people.
Yeah, well, you don't let people over to your house or do this kind of stuff.
This weekend I'm going to a party though. So
oh, look at you.
Well, it's going to start out as a kid's birthday party, but then it's going to turn into an adult party.
Those are the best. Is it like where you can put the kids to bed and then you guys hang out and party still?
I love it. We just had a party down the block with neighbors, and they were like, "No kids allowed," and we're like, "Yes."
Yes. Then you know the expectations and stuff. Like, it's gonna be whenever I have parties. It's usually like. Because I don't have kids, so like if I have a party, people are like, "Yeah, it's probably not a kid party at all." Like, yeah, that'll be good. How was your week, Jocelyn?
It was good. I took the month of August off of my work, so I'm I don't really. I work from home. I just teach on OutSchool, and so I took the month of August off just to write. I'm writing a book, so I'm just writing. But then, of course, like the first day I have off, like August 1st, my daughter gets sick. She's on me all day. The next day, she's still sick. But it's been good. So, just glad everyone's getting better. And
you got to get sick. We're humans. You got to get sick, right? Like,
yeah, it's totally fine. I can do anything. I just really hate when kids throw up. It's just like one of those. The worst. Like, give me anything but that. I had one kid. The kids used to sleep with me. My son. I always hated it. And one day I was sleeping. He was sleeping next to me. He got up and like projectile vomited like over my face while I was sleeping. It was like in my hair. It was awful.
Because it just smells. It just smells like throat
And you
just has
don't,
that
it doesn't
smell.
come out. It does not
Oh,
come
no.
out. Like, when it's in your hair.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And you homeschool, right, Jocelyn? Or you call it out school? Is that what you call it?
I homeschool, and then I teach arts and movie making, creative writing on out school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that like a homeschool program, out school?
No, that's like, it's like this. I really want to get out of it, but it's basically like a platform where people, it used to be like just anyone who's an expert in a field kind of thing could go and teach their stuff. And it started as homeschooling, but then it got crazy with COVID because everyone was home and people were doing extra classes. And then they started getting really weird about bringing organizations in, and it's lost that feel of like, now it feels more like school for a lot of people, you know.
That's fun. Alice homeschools too.
Yay. How many
I
kids
would
do you
too.
have?
Two,
2.
but it feels like 20 most days.
It was easier to homeschool with 2, and then we had a third. And now the space between is so much bigger. I have them all at different levels. And that's hard.
That's true. Yeah, you're teaching all the different like is it like high school to elementary school basically, or?
My oldest is going to be 13, and my youngest is 5.
Yeah.
So, but we don't really like, we unschool, so we don't. But if I was trying to do curriculum, oh my God, I think I would pull my hair out. Like,
Yeah.
I
We do
don't
the same thing. It's basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Just teach them
Like-
important stuff that matters. That's what is the most important thing, right?
Yeah. My she's going to be 12, and then my son turns 6. So now we actually have to like report his work to the state. But it's pretty easy here. It's really not that hard, but yeah, it's been interesting. Like I didn't think he was as far as he was, and then I sat down and started doing like more stuff with him, and I was like, oh my gosh, like he's really picking up on stuff. So I'm pretty happy.
That is good. And watching mom and dad do home stuff and learning how to like be successful or like, live life, clean your crap up, clean your bathroom, the basic stuff like that. That's my big thing with like, because I'm not a mom, so I'm perfect and know everything about it. I'm like, that's what my kids would be like. Because I can't believe how many people like they never cleaned their bathroom or anything. Like they never did any chores or anything. And I'm like, how do you get in the world without doing any like simple chores? I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's my thing.
Right?
And I'm like, bring them over here and do all the wood. Like tomorrow we're going to be doing forest work all day. And it's going to be hot and tiring. And that's what I did growing up. And I'm like, it made me a stronger person. So I need to like bring other people's kids here to do it. And then I don't have to do as much either.
Yeah.
My kids to forest mommy camp.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how it used to be back in the day. Like you could send your kids to like someone with a farm or, to like do that over the summer, or even jobs. Like I remember my dad's business, like people would send their older teenage boys to come like work the job for the summer, just like to teach something different, like get experience doing something different, I don't know. But you can do that when you're homeschooling too, because you're not on their plan and schedule. So you have time for that shit whenever, really.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm perfect and all my ideas are perfect. Hey, everyone in the chat. Douglas, first shot. Everyone says your hair is beautiful, Jocelyn. I don't know if you can see the chat. Stop hitting. She's taken, y'all. I'm just kidding. That's all they do. They come on and flirt with me dolls, even though they know we're all it's like, whatever. It's all good.
We don't actually listen to what we have to say. They don't care.
I know, and it's always I'm like, even though this has been a girl stream, this is what, episode 12. It's still mostly guys watching, but whatever. Can't handle it. What can you do?
I'm watching. I had like this like bright pink hair for a while. I loved it actually. But then summer came and we go to the pool so much, and I'm like, I can't dye it because it's gonna be a waste of money. But it's gonna turn the pool pink. And so now I'm following all my gray hairs coming in, and I'm like, when did this happen?
What's your natural color? Like a darker blonde kind of?
Yeah, I was very, very blonde. very, very blonde as a kid until I hit puberty. And then it went like dirty blonde.
Yeah, the mouse. I call it the mousy mutt blonde. That
Yeah.
like that's why I amp it up a little more blonde, because it's like, you know. But it was funny when I went dark one time, and then when my mousy hair was going in, it looked gray. It just looked gray coming in, even though it wasn't gray. 'Cause I was like, okay, I can't go dark. I just got to go lighter, apparently. So, hi, Constitutional Carpenter. So yeah, Alice, you had a crazy week this week. You calmed down from it.
Not actually. A little bit. Like, I won't get it. Like,
yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna say what happened. But yeah, last week probably was one of the more.
She has a preteen girl. You can say you have a preteen girl. That's probably enough.
Girl, and it was one of the hardest days as a parent, but you know, family is very strong. We're risers, and you know, we'll get through it. But yeah, I definitely had like a lot of anxiety the past week, and just
But we're here now.
Yeah, my daughter is going to be 13 in less than a month.
And I mean, it's like you do your best to like talk to them, and it's like, you know, I mean, you may not remember exactly what it was like, but you have ideas. You remember what it was like to be a young preteen girl, you know, and all the changes and everything. But then you add like the new age stuff to it, you know, with like the internet and all this other stuff. And yeah, what's hard is so many parents we know they just let their kids have their phones whenever they want and everything, and we don't do that. And you know, it's just
and that's abuse. That's abusive.
Yeah. How dare you take my phone? It's like, yeah, like how dare I want you to like go outside?
We have the same thing. And you have both girls, or do you have a boy?
Girl and then a boy.
I have the worst time with my son with electronics. I swear they, like, maybe some people are made for it. I don't know, and can like stop themselves and can handle it. But our son is like, he's like, it's like crack. And my daughter can handle it though. Like, she has a phone, but you know, it's like I got her on one of these apps for like messaging friends, because she just, you know, she's been in some theater productions and she misses the cast every time the cast ends. And I'm like, oh, I remember that as a kid, like as a preteen, like that community. Because if you don't have that, man, girls are wicked. Like, you need to have some backups. You know,
is that too loud?
There's a lot of people who'll be like, you know, either their kids are grown or their kids are really little, and they're like, oh, well, I would never let my kids have a phone. It's like, well, when they start to get older, they start to go out and do things. Like my daughter, she'll go to the library, you know, spend the night at people's houses, whatever. And there's not payphones like you used to have, you know. And then it's like we don't have a landline. So when I was young, when I was her age, I was sitting on the phone chit-chatting with my girlfriends for like hours. And that's stuff I'm fine with. If she wants to sit there and talk with her friends for hours on the phone, I'm fine with that. But if you don't get them a phone, then they're going to need your phone. And are you going to give up your phone for those hours? Which we tried to do. And we were just like, okay, that's no.
I wouldn't do that. I'd be looking through my stuff. No way.
Yeah, like, I'm like, no. It's not going to work. So, yeah, but like, I don't care shit. Like her and her, you know, her one best friend, they sit on the phone together and like draw and stuff. They're both really into art. Like stuff like that doesn't bother me. If you're going to take your phone and just sit there and watch TikTok videos, yeah. And I mean, just on top of that, like you don't need to be on your phone all the time. And if you don't do your responsibilities first, you're not going to have your phone. It was the same when I was a kid, you know, and I mean, yeah, but you know, God forbid.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
Deep breath.
And it's so funny because I'm like, I don't know if like Adam he is just so shocked that our daughter rebels against us. And he was like, well, I thought she would be a leader and had a follower. And it seems like she's like following along like with like culture and what her friends do. And I'm like, dude, we're the main authorities in her life. So she's gonna rebel against us. But like, I know you want to think you're like the anarchist spirit and you're all cool and everything. She doesn't see you that way, you know? And I'm just like, I straight up told my husband, I was like, your daughter is a rebel. She's not rebelling in the way that you wanted her to. Like, you wanted her to be your little sidekick rebelling against, you know, culture and society. And she'll get there, you know? Like, she'll get there.
Yeah, it's in her. It's good. It's in her to have that. But that's like all the parents, they always say, you got to like, you want your kid to have that little bit of independent rebellious thing, but you got to like rein it in, I guess. I don't know.
And you really can't expect any less from me and Adam's kid. I mean, you really can't. You're both like rebellious in a lot of ways, you know? Like, even if my dad wouldn't have gotten sick, and other stuff wouldn't have happened, I bet you I still would have rebelled in some kind of way because it was just kind of in me to do that, you know, to question things. So I think it's cool when my kids question stuff. It just sucks because I have to be a parent and be like, no, you're going to scrub floors and walls and scrub out litter boxes and don't ever talk to me like that again.
Jocelyn, did you grow up in New Jersey?
Yeah.
Like close to where you are now, pretty much? Or
yeah, like I've lived in this house since 1983.
Nice.
I mean, for college and stuff, but yeah, pretty much.
Was the house you grew up in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alice is in the house she grew up in, and right now I'm in the house I grew up in too.
Yeah.
There's something to it, right? Like, I don't know.
It's good.
I like it. Even in my line of work too, they say like when people don't know exactly what they want with buying a house, which anyways is just crazy because the market's crazy, but like half the time if you ask them how they grew up, a lot of times they kind of want how they grew up and something similar to how they grew up in, but they like, you have to like guide them into that and like bring it out of them because everyone like wants it. I don't know.
So I've lived here a long time. This is like 1983. I lived like 7 years in like the town next door. And so we were downstairs after my parents had died. We were kind of moving the house around and stuff. We go down to the basement, and like in the very bottom of the basement, there's like a front room where the boiler or whatever, I don't know what those things, the water heater, whatever's down there.
Yeah, I know you're talking.
my husband is like, we're pulling down shelves that have been there my entire life, you know? So he pulls down a shelf, and I go down, and I'm like, the light is on, and I go, what is that? And he goes, what? I'm like, on the wall. So behind the shelf that has been there my whole life, which I've been there, you know, there's like, and I would say probably I'm like 5'9". I would say probably at like 5'9", like 5 feet 9 inches at least, on the wall in between the shelf where it was and whatever makeshift wall was there. There's chalk, and it says help. I'm not kidding you, but it's chalk. Okay, so it's been there since before 1983, and it's perfectly. It's like not dusted or anything. You know what I'm saying? It's like old school, like yellow chalk, like you would have gotten at like a school. And it says help, and it's like so legible. No kid could have written it because it's like that high up. He's not freaked out. All my kids won't go down.
My only hope is somebody was being funny when they were redoing that room, and they're like, "We're gonna write help in here."
No.
Me and my brother
wants to go to the records to go find out who had the house.
Yeah. My brother and I did that on a road trip one time. Do you remember those like pads where you would like write something and you could like lift it and it would disappear? And for some reason, it was his idea because I was way younger. So it was his idea. He was like, let's write help, we're kidnapped, and put it in the back of the car window. Which is like terrible. But like, luckily, nothing happened. This was way back, in the early '90s, so no one had cell phones and stuff. It's like that was so stupid. Why did we do that? Good Lord.
Well, this is like perfectly. It's almost like it was like sprayed or something. Because your people put shelves up over it. They had to be knocking nails in. the chalk is perfect.
You should find out. You should find out who lived there before, and
That'll be
if they had a
freaked out.
child die or something
Oh,
happened
God.
weird like that.
I'm so freaked out. I wouldn't even be. I wouldn't be able to stay here. I'd be like,
Well, especially when you've been there that whole time and you never saw it, so it's like
they had to. He had to literally break down the shelves in the front room, and take them down. They were behind, and it's still half behind something, but you can tell it says help. Oh, so creepy.
That is wild.
And here he's like, I don't know, it's just something there. I'm like, it says help. Like,
too funny.
Okay.
If it was something sweet, like I love blah blah blah, but it's help.
Help. I can't, and you don't know if there's an exclamation point because that's behind, like just the other part of the P. So there could be an exclamation point.
Yes. So it could be from a carpenter, but no, but still. I know people have done that. Like, well, they'll redo a bathroom and they write on the wall, like, oh, we redid this bathroom in blah, blah, blah year. But help is a little different than that.
Hot dog mac and cheese.
Totally creepy.
Uh-oh. She's mommying over there. So let's see. Did you guys say you have chickens or you're working on getting chickens?
Matt wants them. But you have to have a certain amount of acreage or like at least one full acre in order to have them.
Yeah.
We have that. We're like at 3/4 of an acre or something. So I don't
make it work probably, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
it is a lot of work. Chickens, and once you start getting animals and as you know, with gardens and stuff, you can't go anywhere for a long amount of time. You have to have someone come feed the chickens and do stuff. So
we already have 2 dogs, a cat, and a bearded dragon. We can't go anywhere as it is.
I know. And 3 kids.
3 kids. Yeah. And and my daughter wants a rabbit, but I don't think she's getting it. But
my daughter too wants a rabbit.
I don't know what that is. But then they're preteens and you're like, oh, maybe it'll keep them young. Just a little longer.
Like an innocent little pet. That was the only pet so I grew up out on 10 acres in the country, but my parents, they weren't animal people, but I was. And I'm like, hello, there's horses. Everybody's got animals out here. So I would get people's leftover rabbits. So I hate rabbits.
Oh, really?
Nowadays people have them inside and they're different. You can make them nice and stuff, but all mine were not cool at all. So I was like, screw. I probably had 10 rabbits over I don't know, 10 years, and they all sucked. It's so mean of me to say, but that's true.
My daughter has a little 3-legged dog.
A little what?
A little rabbit.
A little dog.
A little 3-legged dog.
Aww. Is it like a Chihuahua?
Oh, he's a Maltese.
Okay.
Westie Maltese, maybe. Is that right?
A little hairier.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like a rabbit. He's soft.
Yeah, and little dogs are they're not like big dogs. They're different. I guess it is raining.
Next dog I'm getting is going to be an old, lazy, small, senior dog.
They need homes.
They do. Yeah, you got a puppy.
Oh.
Not the size of a puppy. She's still a puppy, but so big.
What kind of dog?
It's a chocolate lab.
Oh,
so she has
labs.
Oh my God, she's the most beautiful dog, and she's such a sweetheart. It's just labs are very, they're very excitable animals. She wants to play with the cats, and the cats are like, no, we don't want anything to do with you.
Yeah, and she's purebred, right? So she's
cut up for some
active.
Give them some
She's active and stuff. A lot of dogs, they need the jobs, or they need the they need to do what they need to do to be happy and healthy. So I get the old ones. It's kind of sad but it's fun. But it is sad. I'm like, my guy's he's already like 12. It's so sad.
Aw. What kind of dog is it?
I think he's a Chiweenie. like Chihuahua wiener dog. So, I don't know,
That's
he's
really cute though.
Adorable. That's what
he's he's been the best. Like going because I used to have like a pit bull mix and then a scrappier dog, but she was 40 pounds. So we went from those two to like a little like 20-pound thing, and I'm like, oh, I like this little dog thing. Like that's kind of nice, you
They're
know.
snuggly.
Yeah, under the covers. He sleeps under the covers, which is annoying sometimes, but not all the time. I like it.
Meow.
Oh yeah, then we're cat. I have a cat. Alice has like 80 cats. Or she's gonna have 80 cats at least.
I never had a cat before, and then in February or March we got a cat. I love it. She's like
They
a
grow
little
on
queen,
you.
a goddess of the house. Like and she likes me. That's probably why I love it. But she doesn't like everyone.
They're like that. They're picky and choosy.
Yeah, I've never had a cat before. I'm like, it's such a weird experience. Like when a cat comes over to you, you're like, hell yeah, the cat likes me. But like any dog will come to you.
Right.
Like, so different. So like it's like an extra, like, yes, when the cat comes and chooses me.
Yeah, it feels special. That's why we had the first cat I had experience with was like it was an indoor outdoor cat that we found out was someone from down the street, and like, but he like came to our house and he eventually like chose us. He basically lived with us for the rest of his life. But it's like it was so sweet. And then I got my first kitty. Although I'm still mad at her. She pooped outside the litter box again, Alice. I think it's because now that I'm coming down to this house and I bring the dog, I think she's mad. I think she's mad I take the dog.
And
I
not
think
her.
that's yeah, and like, cause I got her right before COVID as a teeny tiny kitty, and I've been home. We were home a lot, and she grew up with the dog a lot, and now I've been like leaving a lot. So I'm like, I think she's just mad because she was being really good for like 2 weeks, and then today I got a call. He's like, "Oh, she pooped on the carpet," and I'm like,
Oh yeah, it's definitely you.
"It's still a little shit." She's such a shit.
Our one cat, he poops and pees outside the litter box. But it's just like emotional. He's just like a really weird cat. He's the clawed in the front. So it's really common for them to have like litter issue
It
problems.
feels weird.
But our female cat, when we were redoing my daughter's room, all the cats love my daughter's room, and that's where they hang out. And like, she pooped on my bed. Like, thankfully, she didn't pee on it because pee would have just stayed through my bed. But yeah, she pooped on my bed, and she would sit. We have like a half wall when you walk into the hallway of where my daughter is. And when I was working in that room, I would come out. She would be sitting on there like, you better get my room done.
That's what they're like. I just never had cats before. I get such a kick out of it.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm mad that she pooped on the bed, but at the same time, like I told my husband, I'm like, that's one of the reasons I love cats, that they're so funny like that. Like, she was pissed, man. She's like, you tore up my room. You took all my stuff away. You took my beds away.
Attitude.
Yeah, she was not having it. She's a very sweet cat, but she definitely runs the show here.
And you have what, 5 of them you said right now?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Speaking of which, I
along?
gotta go let the dog out really quick. I'll be right
Go ahead.
back.
Do cats get along when you have different cats? And like someone had told me when you get a cat, you should start with 2, so they have a buddy system. But then it's hard to introduce new cats. But then there's so many people have multiple cats.
Yeah, like so some of my cats don't like each other. It's like we have brothers, and then we have Sweeties and Philly, and we got them at the same time too, and they're pretty much buddy. And then we have a feral cat that like socialized, and he's in and out of our house now. But yeah, they don't really like fight. We don't really have issues with them. They just mind their business. Yeah, they're good though.
Yeah, I feel like my cat wants to hang with the dogs, like because my little guy, It's sad because he's little anyway, so he couldn't jump up as high as anyone anyways. But he's got 3 legs, so he just really can't jump up things.
Right.
But he has a very fluffy white feathery tail that attracts the cat. And so she often will be like, and she'll try to get him. And then she's zipping around up and down the furniture. And he's like barking to get on the couch to be safe. And we're like, oh, poor Rads. And we get him up. But he like, I know she just wants to play with him, but
Yeah.
he's not having it.
With my dog. Like, my dog just wants to play with the cat, so they're just like, no. Like, our girl cat will look at our dog, like she'll be drinking out of the water bowl, and our girl cat will just stare at her like, you're disgusting.
Animals are funny.
Why? Yeah, female cats and male cats are definitely different for sure. Just why? Driving me nuts. But
We had a moth infestation at some point in our house. I was like, everywhere you went, there was like a huge moth. Then we found out our littlest opened a window and closed it. And then, like some windows, there's like a top window that comes down by accident. And so that was open for like 2 weeks, which is how the moths got in. I was like,
Are you talking about moss? There's a lot of moss at your place.
We just,
I have a fly attacking me right now.
Yeah.
A fly. There's a ton of moss where I'm at right now too. Although it's slowed down, but the whole beginning of the summer, they're called Miller moss in the forest, and they get in the house no matter what. They're just everywhere. It's crazy.
We have an I don't know where you are, Alice, on the East Coast, but we have an infestation of lantern flies in Jersey. Have you heard of this? So they came on this logging from Japan. They're very beautiful, actually. They have a bright red underneath their wing. They're like gray with spots, and they have this bright red underwing, and they're huge. They get that big, and they don't fly, they jump. But they came from Japan, and so they came here first in Pennsylvania, and it last year we saw maybe a few of them in our town in New Jersey. This year, they're everywhere because they have no natural predators in the United States because of the red. No birds, no bats, nothing goes after them because of that red color underwing they have. So they just grow, they just keep breeding, and they're it's disgusting. I mean, they're pretty, but not.
Yeah, I'm looking at pictures, and they're different from the Japanese beetle. They're a whole nother thing, right?
Yeah, but these things came from Japan, and they came apparently on some kind of logging. They brought logs over or something. And then in literally 3 years, 3 years ago, never saw a lantern fly in my life. A year ago, started seeing them. Now they're everywhere.
Do they eat any crops, or what do they?
Yeah,
what do
they kill
eat?
the trees. Friends of mine have said they've killed their gardens. I don't know if they eat everything in a garden, but they kill the trees and and they just have no predators, so they just live on and they just continually take over. I think it's similar with gypsy moths, right? They don't really have any.
There's a lot of stuff, and like I said, there's everyone's got the Japanese. I think that's all over the U.S. now. Even here in Colorado, it's a Japanese beetle, and it eats freaking everything, because there's no natural. It's an invasive species. There's no natural thing for it. So,
yeah. And then people were taping their trees, try to get rid of the eggs, right? Because they make these lines on the trees. And so all these birds are getting stuck on the tape on the trees. So I just got a notice from the Raptor Trust by us. And they were saying that they've found in the last 2 or 3 months, 80 birds in just our few towns that have got caught and lost their feathers and their plumage on, from being caught on the tape because everyone's putting tape on their trees.
That's how it always goes. The old woman who swallowed a fly, and then she swallowed, what did she swallow? A spider, and then a bird, and that happens all over. I know Wisconsin has a ton of ladybugs, so that someone brought in for the to help with the aphids, and then they went crazy. That's what always happens.
Except for nature takes over.
Yeah. I'm they win evolution. They win evolution because they survive. It's all good.
Well, the weird thing about the lantern flies is that they don't fly; they just jump. But you have to step on them from the front. If you try to step on them from back, they just keep jumping away. But if you get in front of it, it just sits there. It's just a weird.
It does look funny. I'm gonna pull a picture of it up.
Yeah. It's pretty, but people are killing them all over the place. post pictures of their like dead lanternflies. I did it.
Do you guys have cicadas that out there by you guys?
I do. My daughter saw them for the first time. I think it was 2 years ago when they came, and yeah, we were at a rest stop when we were on vacation, and they were just like everywhere, and a lot of them were like dead and stuff. And she was
And the
freaking out.
shells, they shed their exoskeleton.
That's it.
Is that it, Jocelyn? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's it. And that really bright red is why they have no predators.
Because it scares them away. Well,
Nothing will. Oh, that's creepy. I don't know what
Oh, there's one from the side. Oh, yeah, they're funky looking from the side.
Yeah, you don't see the red until they're creepy. They jump really high. And they don't bite you or anything. It's not like deer ticks, which I think are obviously awful.
How big are they?
Huh?
How big are they, would you say?
I would say the adults, they get like that big. What is
that's
that?
a little creepy.
3 inches, maybe 3.5 inches. Oh, it's just
creepy. I remember when we moved out of Chicago, it was a cicada year, 1990. But I was such a like tomboy. I loved it. I was like going through I'm picking up all the cicadas, but it was so gross because there was like it was piles of their exoskeletons and stuff. It's so gross. We don't really have that out here.
We
We
have
have other stuff.
Alice, I live in New Jersey. Are you anywhere near New Jersey? Did you get that one crazy? Ohio. Okay. They're in New Jersey. My kids were my dog was 2. No, my dog was 2. I don't know, but she's like 9 now. So probably about 9 years ago, there was a massive cicada. I don't know what they call them, colony that comes out of the ground.
Yeah.
The 17-year thing or whatever.
Yeah. And it didn't hit our house, thank God. But I had taken the dog who we just had adopted out. And it was like, when you walked, it was just a path of cicadas. And then all of a sudden you'd hear, brrr, and then you'd see this like huge cicada just fly. And sometimes they hit your head. And then they'd be hanging from things. And my dog, who was literally tongue on the ground, eating them all up. Like, I had never witnessed that before, and this is like the first time I'd ever experienced any like. So I mean, it was like you could not look without seeing 1,000 cicadas in any direction. It was crazy.
That's nuts. Hey, Anarchy Farms. Hey, girl in the chat. Out here in Colorado, we had one thing about, it was like 2016. There's a thing called the tussock mop. And for some reason, that year, and they only go out, they laid all these these caterpillars, which the caterpillars actually have like a poison in them and can sting you and stuff. But it was some infestation. And so it would only go after Douglas fir. So this is a mostly ponderosa and Douglas fir forest here and up on the mountains. These caterpillars killed the whole side of the mountain, like just killed all these trees. They had to spray it. Like people had to pay, like the community, Anarchy, came together and paid someone to spray the mountain, even though it was like national forest and stuff. But it's amazing what nature will do sometimes. And the trees still haven't come. Like they said some will come back, but they haven't. So there was a bunch of houses that were like built up on the foil in the trees. And now you can see the houses like totally sticking out now, and all the trees are gone. And it's nuts what bugs. I mean, they were just little, there was that many.
Were they just naturally there?
It is a natural, they are like a natural species out here, but for some reason it was just a crazy year and they just went nuts. It was so gross too when they sprayed them. There was like, you could smell, I'm like a mile down as a crow flies. You could smell like all the dead caterpillars. It was so gross. Like that's how many there were. It was so gross. And I feel bad because there's all these nice houses that people were trying to sell for like a lot of money. And then it's like, you're on the mountain, but it's like bare now. There's like no trees or anything.
Aww.
It's crazy. But just got to plant more trees. But it was weird. They would only go after the Douglas firs and not the ponderosa pines, which is like, how do they know?
Like if it's a totally natural phenomenon, you go, what does nature know that I don't? It's like the lanternflies were brought here because they were logging and brought that stuff. Like it was brought here unnatural. Like I don't know if they would have ever gotten here. They don't fly. I don't know how they would have come from Japan if they weren't like brought over with like the logging and stuff. But like if something's naturally occurring, I always say to myself, what does nature know that I do not know about this right here?
Yeah, like why did it? Matt jumped in and was like, "You should talk about your love for turkeys." What did he say? Turkeys. The turkeys are great. The wild turkeys around here, they eat so many bugs. Oh yeah, turkeys and geese. Or do you not like turkeys and geese? Was he being
I
sarcastic?
don't like geese. I don't mind
Geese
turkeys.
Geese are attitude.
I don't like geese. I don't like them. I have friends that are like, you could just go up to them and it's fine. I do not like geese. Although I did have a wild turkey run after me once. I didn't realize they could fly, and it was behind a fence. My kids still talk about it. It was like
Mom was scared.
Yeah, it was like on the other side of a fence, and I was like, and the kids were young, so I put the stroller up. I'm like, look, it's a wild turkey. And it looked at me, and then it started walking toward me. So I start back on the trail, and I've noticed it's following me faster. Walking fast with this stroller with two kids, and it's following me, and I hear it. It was like fall, so the leaves were crunching. All of a sudden, I start like sprinting with the kids, and it's sprinting with me alongside on the other side, and then it starts flying. And I was like, I was so far out of there. I don't mess with turkeys anymore.
Was it a female one?
I have no clue. I did not stick around.
We have right now. I have a bunch of like moms. They are pretty brave, the wild turkeys, and they do fly a little because they'll sometimes roost in the nighttime. Like I'll see them go up in like the bottom branches of trees. I'm like, they're like chickens or whatever because they roost like that too. But yeah, there's all these mommies and babies right now. The babies look so much like dinosaurs. It's hilarious. But like the moms are like, they're definitely brave. Like when I go for a walk, they're not scared.
You don't mess with them. You don't mess with them. I didn't know. I just honestly did not know that turkeys flew, and it definitely flew over the fence. I did not look back.
They can be nice too. I remember my neighbor had one. They like a boy one with like the whole a domesticated one, not wild ones, but with the whole like where their heads all creepy looking. And it was so sweet. It would come up and rub against you and want you to rub its like weird head. But then they had geese that were mean as fuck. The geese were mean as fuck. They would bite you and like hiss at you.
Yeah.
I don't know why they got to be mean. It's not cool.
I don't like geese. We had geese like taking up shop in our front yard, and I was getting so mad because I couldn't let the dog out because he would try and run after the geese, and the geese would run, and then my dog would run after him. And yeah, I was like, I'll just shoot him, and I'm like, we can't.
That's what my
husband were they Canadian geese or what kind of were they like domestic geese?
I don't fucking know. Like
the black and white ones.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the only geese I know is Canadian. There's another goose?
Yeah, there's tons of domestic ones.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't even know how they got here, and it was just really weird. And I thought they weren't going to leave, and yeah. And I mean, if we live like more in the middle of nowhere, like, or no, we could even still live here in a certain area and be able to shoot them. But it's like, dude, they're right by the street. We kind of live like kind of on a main road. Kind of. There's a lot of traffic that happens here.
Just do it at night. No, I don't know. Just kidding. Did they have a nest? Because what they get real mean too is they have a nest. Like,
that's what I was worried about is that's what they were trying to do because they were like going at this like spot where they could get all comfy or whatever. And yeah. I was just worried about my Prime deliveries getting delivered because I have enough people that if Savannah's outside, like they get scared and they don't want to deliver. And I'm just like, dude, like, fine.
That's the post office people will do that too. They're like, I saw a dog, I was scared. It's like, which I get because you never know. Like when I walk here, some people's dogs like charge, and you're just like, but then they're usually fine. I'm like, I'll just punch them right in the face if I need to.
Yeah, my dog, she gets excited. She wants to say hi to people. And so one day we had a delivery from the post office and she like honked the horn and I came out and she was like, I didn't want to get out because I wasn't sure if your dog was mean. And I was like, yeah, she's fine. I get it though. Like she was nice though. But yeah, sometimes, even when she's on her like we don't put her on a leash a lot, but she has like a leash she can go on with this tree up front. I usually put her on it when I'm trying to do like a bunch of vacuuming because she's a vacuum attacker. And like you can't put her in a room or a kennel either because she goes nuts in there and starts tearing everything up. And so we'll just put her on her leash and she just lays under the tree. But yeah, sometimes the prime people get a little weird about her.
They probably see a lot of shit dog owners too, you know, like people
Well,
mean.
yeah, I mean, but to be honest, she just, you know, she's a chocolate lab. She gets excited. She loves attention. You know, that's all it is. Speaking of prime deliveries, I got a prime delivery today. I got the tent for the vow renewal delivered today.
Oh, woohoo. Very nice. Jocelyn, Alice is having a vow renewal next month, and I'm actually going out for it too. So it'll be fun. It's just at her house. Fun little thing. It'll be fun.
That sounds awesome.
It'll be fun. What's your other dog, Jocelyn? I don't think we asked that. Is it the little one, and then
we have the other one is like a hound kind of mix. We were told she was boxer lab. I don't think either is in that.
Yeah.
And then for some, she was the runt of her litter. And then when we met the brother of her, and they were the same mother and father, and they had the dog tested, and the dog had, and so I'm assuming our dog has it, but had not Great Brit. What's the one that used to have the barrel under the chin? You know what I'm saying? Not Bourbon.
Yeah, what are they?
The
Saint Bernard.
Yeah, Saint Bernard. So they had like 35% Saint Bernard, and I'm like, my dog does not look like that at all. But I'm assuming she has that in her genetics because it's the same. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird how they all mix.
Such cute puppies, but they get so big.
So cute.
When they're puppies, they're so cute.
Those big paws, right? Oh my goodness.
Then they get all slobbery.
Lovable dogs, though, for sure.
I mean, we also have Beethoven.
I peed right before we started.
You already have to pee. Jasmine, that's our like taglines. I have to pee.
Yeah. The other morning, like, I just kept peeing, and I told Adam, I'm like, it's not even just when I drink alcohol. I'm like, I just always have to fucking pee.
I think it's because you guys live in humidity. I think your body just soaks up all that water, and you just like flush it out.
It is.
That's what it is. I'm sure. I think it's broke. I need to go get it fixed. I'll be back.
All right. I just thought it's so dry out here, so I'm like, although it's been humid and it's like raining kind of again, which is weird. But we had a flash flood out here last week, which was like different because it's semi-arid in most of Colorado. It would get rain, you know, it's not totally desert, but it was like crazy. I wasn't here that night, but the driveway was washed out. There's like signs of an actual like river was flowing through one of the fields because there's like debris built up on. I'm like, what the heck happened, man? It never rains that hard. But I'm glad it did. And then it rained for like 4 days straight, which is always good. So
I feel like there's like weird weathered patterns happening. I don't know, but I'm not like this big environmental person or anything, but I think it's just in Jersey, like the weather is shifting. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old and forget, you know, after you have so many decades, you're like, I don't know when, but no, I feel like we haven't had a really great winter in New Jersey, and our summers are hot and different than they used to be.
I mean, it very well could be. I feel the same out here in Colorado too. Like, I feel like the summers when I was a kid in Colorado would be hot in the morning, a storm would roll over, and we'd get some rain, and then it'd be sunny again. But I feel like we get kind of that pattern, but we just don't get as much rain. We did with this last monsoon, but yeah, it just seemed like things change. Things are different. And then we had a 100-year flood in 2013 anyway. Like everything's just, who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah. That was quick. You went quick, girlfriend. Oh, Adam's in the chat. Hey, Adam. Adam's Alice. Got all the husbands. Except for Mr. Forrest Mommy, because he doesn't know how to use the internet. So that's fine. It's fine.
Adam's goodies.
He what? He brought you goodies?
No, he's out. He's not home.
Oh, well, he's chatting in the chat a little bit. He's busted.
Out with the other woman.
You had to go out after work. Blow off some steam. I love it. Jocelyn, I remember when Matt was talking, he was saying like if you guys got chickens, he would eat eggs and stuff. Would you too? Would you break that?
Yeah, I think I would. I don't like meat. I wouldn't eat chicken, but I would eat eggs. Yeah, I don't have a problem with eggs, but it's the texture of meat that grosses me out.
I get
Farm
it. Like
eggs are so much better.
What are homemade or homebred eggs?
Yeah. Like when we get eggs from our friend, like, I mean, I'll still eat store-bought eggs. But yeah, like when you make like sunny side up eggs and scrambled eggs, and it's so much
good. The yolks are so like rich and yellow and big and delicious.
Like, creamier. And I like to have sunny side up eggs with a piece of toast and dip it in there. And it's so much better. You know, I'll still eat those store-bought eggs, but
well, anything too, like even I know Josh doesn't like. I get that if you don't fucking like the meat, don't like it. But like I've tasted the difference. Like my business partner raised pigs for a while, and the meat from his pigs was like on a whole nother level from any store. But you know, like if you can raise anything yourself, it's just so much better.
I mean, just in gardens alone, like even with like
your tomatoes are like so red and delicious.
Yeah, I like what pushed us. Matt was the one who wanted to originally go to vegan. I'd been vegetarian most of my life, but I love cheese. And at that point, I had the kids drinking raw milk. I was going to this dairy farm to get raw milk, and one day,
that's illegal.
Well, I went to Pennsylvania where it's not. But
it's crazy what some states do though. Like they'll crazy. I've watched things of them like busting in because people have raw milk, and I'm like, pretty sure that's just like their choice, but okay.
Yeah. You have to be covert if you're in New Jersey. Not allowed. But so we went to this. I used to go and pick up raw milk at, like once a month or something, or every other week or something at the time. And then one day the kids were like, "Let's go see the cows." And I was like, "Okay." And it was like a small. It wasn't a big place, So they said, "Go ahead, go out back, and you can see the cows." And I was horrified at what I saw, and I was like, "We're not drinking this anymore." And then Matt was like, "We want to go vegan." I'm like, "I'm 100% for it," because this is like a small place. And they were supposed
to they didn't seem as happy or like have as much room, and
it was crazy. It was so bad. I don't know if you want to go to, but they took like the little calves away, and they were holding away from the moms, and they were obviously like,
because that's how they get the milk, because that's what they do.
And then they had a barn of just pregnant cows that were just being sucked dry, and then they would like these other cows are coming up, and they were trying to get out, and they had pussing sores and stuff all on their face from trying to push through. It was just awful. And the kids were kind of, taken aback by it all. So we never went back. Yeah.
The farm that I went to when I was a kid was like not like that.
I worked on a dairy farm in Wisconsin for a little bit. It was good, but I saw that they take the babies away, and that was like a little sad.
Yeah, but like they always looked healthy, not like with like pus or sores or anything like that. But
and not just on a dirt lot.
Yeah, like we used to in our area, like a lot of kids would go to this farm, and that's where you would learn about farming and stuff like that or whatever. But I do think it's good for kids to understand like where their food comes from, and because I'll be honest, I eat meat. I could not kill an animal. Like, I couldn't do it myself. But I mean, because I eat meat, I appreciate that there's people that do that. Now, I guess if my family was really hungry, I would shoot a deer. Like, I have an issue because I do like deer meat. Deer meat's pretty good. But then, like, I have deer that just, like, run through my yard, and I'm like, oh, my God. Like, like, I couldn't imagine, like, getting the gun and, like, but yeah, I mean, if my family was hungry, I guess I'd do it. No, I wouldn't. I would tell Adam.
Adam would do it.
I guess I'd do it. No, I wouldn't.
That's because I want to start doing. I always wanted horses on this property when I moved back to it, but now I'm like, fuck the horses. I want to have cattle because then I can raise them. But I'm like, I couldn't kill them, but I'll have to send them off to like. But at least I'll know how they're raised, and I will be sad as hell. It'll be so sad. So we'll see if that even works out.
Yeah, like I don't even like chickens, but I couldn't kill one because like one of my issues is if you get chickens, you don't know what you're getting. Like when our friend got chickens, you can only have like one rooster or whatever, and then you have to like kill certain ones. And yeah, Adam's little cousin killed one, and I was just like, Adam's telling me about it. I'm like, I don't.
It's rough. It's kind of
want to hear this, you know, like.
And there's different, like, you can buy chickens that are more for meat, so they're like, you know, genetically more meaty, more than like the egg chickens and stuff. But yeah, it's rough. It's rough. Like same thing here. I've had all those pictures of the huge bucks that are around here, and everyone's like, yeah, and I'm like, I will only if I absolutely have to. Otherwise, I'm just and the turkeys too. I'm like, I'm glad they're around just in case shit hits the fan. But and I saw and the two babies are still around. I saw the two babies today too. So
yeah, we have a family of deer. There's a couple babies, and oh my god, the one was like, when they were running through the yard, the one baby had to have just been like going out on their own, and I'm just like, oh my god, you're so cute, come here.
And the grossest part with that is not even just that you have to kill them, and then you have to dress them. You have to like, you know, I couldn't fucking do that. That's why I couldn't hunt or anything. I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah,
I always hated meat.
Since you were a kid, Jocelyn.
No, I just like I could always have to. My parents would want me to eat it as a kid, and I would have to have like literally ketchup just like all over it. I couldn't do it, but I used to work at a fine dining restaurant, and I didn't eat meat back then, and everybody knew that, and the chefs, you know, and I don't know if y'all ever worked in a restaurant, but you know, chefs are like, they're ball busters. And so they used to get their own goats.
Breed.
Yeah, they would get a whole goat, and then they would butcher sheep. I don't know what it was, but butcher the whole thing, and then they would hang them in the freezer where you had to go get the lemons for the bartenders. So they thought it was funny one day, and the sheep or whatever, lamb, that's it. You know, they come with their heads and eyeballs and everything. And so the chef thought it was funny to put 3 heads in a pan right where I had to go to get my stuff. And I opened up the thing, and there's 3 goat heads looking at me with their eyeballs still in. Like, you know, they're just like, I can't handle that. It was bad. But you know what? When you work in that field, I'm sure you get desensitized to it.
That's true. There's even like a butcher near like where a bar I go to, and they'll like people bring their elk and stuff there, and it'll just be hanging out. Like when you just see it regularly, it's like, I don't. If I have to, I have to. But man, like that's the grossest part. I watch that Meat Eater show, which if you're vegan, you probably would like to watch that show. But like at least he goes and hunts these wild animals, and they like, you know, are respectful and stuff. But like. That's the grossest part is that the actual like butchering part. I'm like, there's no way I could do that if I had to. Even on a chicken.
That. But I respect people who are going to go do that. You know, I don't respect necessarily the same way as someone going to get a Big Mac out of like a factory farming kind of like what they put animals through for no reason, and the way they genetically modify, you know, this crazy. Did you, by the way, see that in this year they're going to have, I don't know, grown like burger patties and chicken nuggets from stem cells from the muscles of animals. And it's going to be on the shelves in this year. Did you see that? So they grow it in the shape of the burger patty or in the shape of the chicken nugget. And that's going to hit the shelves this year. That is like creepy and disgusting.
That's so gross. No, the whole factory farming is like, that's a big problem too. Why like everything went so bad. So I do know there's a lot of like ranches that have been like teaming up to make their own, so they don't have to sell to the big factories. They can like kind of have their own, you know, couple ranch things and then process their food and sell it more locally and all that. It's like I try to get local beef out here and stuff. So and buffalo or bison, I should say. So good. Yeah, no lab meat for that's just too weird. Like if you wanted the taste of meat so bad, like I don't know, like just eat.
Well, I think it's like that. It's cheaper to get mass produced, and then, or maybe not. Maybe it just makes more money in the long run. But it's absolutely like that's just awful.
Who knows what's in it? Have you found with like vegan stuff, like a lot? I don't know what your diet is, but like how much extra soy and stuff they put into things.
I don't know how to believe on the soy debate. I do believe you have to stay from non-GMO. Like I think you have to go non-GMO. I go organic, non-GMO. But I mean, there's like the debate in the vegan world that soy has the extra estrogen. You know, I have like a preteen daughter, but we eat soy and tofu all the time. And I try to get fermented tofu, I think is the best. Like in fermented soy, they love edamame though. Like they like all of that. And I just can't believe but people are adamant in the holistic world that soy is awful. But I don't know. I think you'd have to eat so much of it to have that affect you. I think I don't know. I don't know where
that's the only reason I believe it, because when I turned 30, I was drinking like 3 soy lattes a day, and then my acne went crazy. So I went to the specialist, and that was like the first thing they said. They're like, how much soy just because with women too, especially, like it makes it. But obviously that was a crazy amount. So like they're like, maybe you should stop having that much soy.
It might have been an allergy too. Might have had
and that's like allergy. It was a holistic. She's kind of holistic and natural, and she's like, there's some lifestyle, like even like if you've heard of biotin, which is for like skin and nails.
Yeah.
If you're acne prone, biotin is like the worst thing you can do, because it makes you make more skin cells, which makes you have more acne and clogged. It's just they like taught things like that, but yeah, they got me clear just by cutting that stuff out. So, but it's soy's in so much stuff anyway, so I'm still.
And the soy that's in so much is mostly GMO soy, and it's subsidized. That's the other thing.
More processed. It's not edamame. It's super processed,
right.
Probably.
Right. Yeah. So we just got a red light therapy.
Oh yeah, you guys were talking about that last time.
We've been doing it like for maybe a week or two, maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know time anymore. But I'm telling you, my skin on my face is like, I swear it's tighter. I don't know if it's true.
No, it's true. my esthetician, the one who clears my face, she's all about the light therapy too. She's like, it's a real thing.
Acne, yeah. I said to my daughter, I'm like, if you get, the whole, the puberty acne, just sit in front of the red light. just do it.
It's true. That's the whole reason I went to this lady to get cleared, is because like basically the next thing, I would have never tried it, but like the next thing to do was Accutane, which I'm not fucking doing Accutane, because I've never been on birth control, and you have to be on birth control and like all that shit for it. And I was like, I'm not fucking doing it. And I got cleared completely. Like because if you're a woman and you take Accutane, you cannot get pregnant, because it will fuck the baby up. So like you have to get tested every month and be on birth, like you have to so I'm like, it's so unnatural. And now they're finding people who've taken Accutane are now having like Crohn's and are having all these like intestinal issues now too, because it's just so harsh. I think more with women, I think, than boys. But like, I was like, thank God. Now I'm just like the bougie bitch and go get my like facials all the time. It's fine. It's fine. It works, so it's fine. Like I tell them, I've been going since 2015. I'm like, hey, it works, man. I use all their products, and because it's true. Like
you go. I haven't in years.
So I do every 8 weeks. I do a dermaplane, which is like where they like knife it off, and then a peel, and it's called a Mandelic peel, which helps you like. So like a lot of acne prone people, the problem is you don't shed your skin enough and like fast enough. So that like this peel helps you kind of like, and the products they give you. It's a whole thing, man. I was like, it was wild. And then they talk, all the over-the-counter acne products. They're like, yeah, you see this ingredient? That's core clogging. Like all the stuff that's over the counter is actually worse for it.
Yeah, causing more. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, that, of course, that makes sense. But yeah, it's really, I always like tell, like my nieces are getting it now. I told my sister, I'm like, you should take them just to get in because I wasted so much time and money. Like, not that it was terrible, but once I was drinking all the soy, then it went really bad. Like, I was like 30 and I was like healthy otherwise and eating healthy. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I would just like go, like, you could just feel it and like everything was just, so I'm like, I get it. I believe it. Sometimes you gotta throw money at a problem, you know?
It's
That's
true.
what it is. And your gut, like I'm sure, I don't like you said, the fermented stuff, like our gut is so important. Our gut health is so fucking important for everything, especially things like that.
Oh yeah. And you know, they say like if you take like a probiotic, like so I try to mix up like for the kids and we take probiotics. I mix up what probiotic I give them every day because if you take the same one all the time, it's not good.
Right.
And then like you know you could do like prebiotic, probiotic, mix up what you're given. Sometimes I just like give a cocktail of it sometimes, and then like it's that helps create like the diverse kind of flora. But there's this guy. Oh, I always forget his name. He's a doctor out of Hawaii, and I can picture him, but I can't remember. Oh, Zach something. He's awesome, and he talks about the gut and how the gut is like the center of our health, right? And how like if you can get into more environments, the more environments that you can get, like city, country, like you know, forest of pine trees, and all the more environments you experience on a day, kind of starts to get your gut going and can be really healthy.
Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, gross! Get that out of here. My sister, she's 10 years older than me. My parents like basically raised her in a bubble, like, you know, first baby, very clean. And so she has all these allergies and like she's sick a lot. And then there was me, thanks Adam. There's me like 10 years later and I'm sticking my head in the neighbor's dog bowl and you know, and then I've had no health issues in my life other than acne, which whatever, that's fine. So it does like and then I also got to grow up out in the pine tree forest more than my sisters did. But there is stuff to that. Like there is like it makes sense. I was reading about how pine trees especially have this like stress relieving thing about them if you're like in a pine tree forest. So it's like maybe that's why I'm so chill. It's because I grew up in a pine tree forest. It was like not stressed out ever. So Zach Bush, your man.
I grew up with a whole line of pine trees.
Yeah, pine and other trees. Oh, First Shot says he took Accutane. I think that's what made him bald. You never know. It like burns your pores out, man. That stuff's harsh. It is harsh stuff.
I'm glad I never had those issues. I never had like acne issues. Thank gosh. But I would get the one massive pimple on my face somewhere. And it would be there for like a week and a half.
Yeah. Then you start touching it and it gets worse. And
yeah.
Yeah. Ice. If your kids start getting acne, ice is like at night, just ice their face. That's one of the biggest. It's a type of inflammation. So like, you know, ice is really good for it and it's really good. Pine trees not weed. Oh, hey Travis. Yeah. What other have you so you were basically vegetarian all your life. So you didn't like have a change where you noticed a health difference or anything really.
I mean, I wasn't vegetarian my whole life. Like I just went, you know, on and off for
is that a doggy? Oh no, kitty.
Yeah. She climbs up and down my chair a lot. But no, yeah, I feel like when you eat as a vegan, unless you're eating like a bunch of shit, which is easy to do, but I don't feel like you get bloated in the same way. And there's a lot less guilt, I think, in eating. Like when I eat nachos, my nacho cheese is made of potatoes, onions, like, you know, nutritional yeast and carrots and water. So I don't feel bad throwing a ton of nacho cheese over like nachos and eating that, you know. So I feel like in those ways it's like less bloating, but then you can also eat such crap as a vegan. It's not even funny.
Yeah, I don't picture you and Matter like that, but there are like all those vegan products that are like just chock full of who knows what. That's true. I guess you could like want a cookie or whatever.
Well, you know, when Beyond Meat came out, I couldn't believe the taste of it. I loved it. And so we ate that a lot, like, but it's not good. It's all manufactured crap, you know? And then we find out, like, I think it was just a few weeks ago, Bill Gates is involved with Beyond Meat. So I'm like, I refuse to eat it now.
Well, that's the thing. They're like the way they were pushing it, you know, and it's all these. It was like it was still just to make money. Like it was still the same thing, you know. Oh, Grayson, what up?
Hi.
Say hi for us, Mommy.
Hi, Annie.
Hi.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi, Tessa.
Hello.
Aw, precious.
Hi,
Yeah, that's like, there are times, I'm like, I don't know. There are people who have gone on like the super carnivore diet and start feeling better about certain things.
Oh,
I
I have
don't
a
know,
friend who's on a carnivore diet. Like, so she eats like really nothing but meat, and she gets it all from like a local butcher in Hawaii. And she said she's never felt better in her life. And she does like the whole Peloton thing. Like she's crazy about it, does it a ton. And she just is, and so she's carnivore. Her husband's keto, her daughter's vegan, and she cooks like 18 meals a day. Like, I mean, there's so many different, and then 2 of them are just, eat whatever. But she has been feeling so great on the carnivore diet. She's like, I can't believe how good I feel.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of girls who have like endometriosis and like uterine issues, like it helps. And I'm like, well, it kind of makes sense because we're meat, and maybe like the meat helps our like meat bodies. I don't
It's gotta
know.
be like the iron and the like. I mean, that's all connected there.
Yeah.
Like the iron and the flow of. I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up.
No, I mean, like, I'm not an expert, but there's things that like can just make sense, right? Like that people could say, hey, it makes sense to eat probiotics because it just makes sense. Like why your gut, like I'm not an expert on it. I never studied it, but like stuff like that just makes sense to me. So I don't know. My diet's been crazy lately anyway, so, and I've been drinking a lot of beer.
Cheers.
Yeah. It's just because of COVID. One of these days. I was thinking I might do sober October, but then I'm like, then live streaming will be like no fun.
We have Oktoberfest. You can't go sober October during
know, that's true.
Oktoberfest. That's like
That's
my favorite.
I liked Oktoberfest here in Denver, but then I actually went this last year after all the COVID bullshit. And but they made you have to like pay and then get this thing, a wristband, and like so it had all your information and all that. And I'm like, it used to be you just walk up and give them cash for your pretzel and your beer, right? And I was like, why did they had to make it? But there's smaller ones around too that are normal. I'm like, just take my cash. What the hell? Like it was weird.
Just at like Quick Check getting a pack of cigarettes this morning, and the guy in front of me had $100 bill, and he was like, tried to give it to her. She's like, I don't have change. He's like, what do you mean you don't have change? She's a Quick Check. Like, she goes, I don't have change. She's like, fine, I'll go get the box. And she walked away and had to come back with this huge box. And he was like, God damn it, they don't take this. No one pays cash for anything. And I'm like, you're so right.
That's true. Oh, first shot does weed. No, I'll still smoke weed. Hello. It'll be no beer. That's what I want to, or no alcohol. That's what I want to try and shoot for. Give my body a break because I was really good, and then COVID hit, and then whatever. I'm here, so it's all good. But I knew a lady. We knew Mr. Forrest's mommy had an old friend. She died of liver failure this last year, and it was because she was like drinking so much, and so then I get scared. Although I just went to the doctor in December, and he's like, "I'm fine." And I'm like, "All right, crack a beer, let's go." I'm all right.
You just do the 1 week a month, just do, or like 3 days a month, just do like water and then milk thistle. And then just, just clean out that liver like once or twice, 2 days a month even,
Well, and I'm good about, I drink a ton of water, and I do like a detox tea all the time. But like, when something's a problem and you're doing it too much. So that's all. Like, I'm like, I know over the last few years I've imbibed a little too much, but I feel like, but I also like the live streaming. It's like fun to do it when you're on a live stream because you're like, it's like you're at a bar, you're like hanging at a bar, drinking a little bit. I don't know. Alice is like, nope, not good. Oh yeah, I posted that thing where I was like, this is me and Alice when we don't drink one night, and it was like a nun.
And I'm like, I don't drink a lot. Like one day my husband and I were out and I asked him if we could stop on the way home to get beer, and he like looked at me. He's like, but you drank last night. Because I rarely will drink 2 nights in a row. Like it's so rare for me to do that, but like like since we started live streaming, I drink on Thursday night and then most of the time on Saturday night. But it used to be just like Saturday night. And now I'm like, it's one more night to go.
I used to drink once a month.
This week I drank a few nights.
You had a crazy week.
Yeah, but I didn't get crazy. Like I just had a couple drinks. Like, yeah. Like
that's what I'm trying to teach myself too. I'm like, I can have 2 beers. That's fine. I don't have to have fucking 6.
This beer, I'm gonna keep drinking. It's very rare.
It makes you want to keep going, right? Like,
but I haven't been drinking beer.
Adam, get that ass out of here.
He's getting beer. Speaking of, but yeah, when I saw that I lost more weight, I was like, I am not drinking beer. Like I am on a roll. I'm doing good. So no, I'm not drinking the beer.
All right. Well, good for you. I'm drinking a lot of beer.
I'm tempted to on Saturday night this week, but I'm gonna try not to.
Well, I like beer because you can get a nice buzz, and it's not like. Because I like to drink fast and a lot, so if I have a fucking vodka cran or a margarita, I get too much. Oh, margaritas are.
There's this place in our town that makes the fucking best margarita. It has a little dry orange in it, and the salt goes down the side of the glass, and they use one big ice cube. But it's it goes down so fast. It's so bad. So when I go, I'm like, okay, is it a 2 margarita night or is it a 1 margarita night? And then I switch to wine because I can't at least wine I drink slowly. But wow, those margaritas, they go really.
Do they have a happy hour 2 for 1?
They're like a gastro pub with the best vegan vegetarian burger. But they're so expensive. Everything I don't know. I feel like when we go out to eat, it is insane and expensive to go anywhere. And then we're vegan. We're not even we're doing veggie burgers and French fries and not a lot of crazy things. And the bill is always intense. But so this one, the margarita, although we go on Tuesdays, which I think is Taco Tuesday. So I think they have some kind of discount on the margaritas on Tuesday, but we don't mean to do that. But they just have the margaritas are ridiculous. I don't know what's different about them.
When they're good, they're good. There's restaurants I specifically go to for margaritas because they're good. If someone does it good, they're good. Hi, Bill. Hey, Stoner. Oh, first shot's getting drunk. Sorry. All these boys in the chat. It's all boys in the chat. Let's see. What?
What is first shot drinking tonight?
He said beer. He's drinking beer. It is National IPA Day. I don't know if anyone knew that. It is National IPA Day.
Bourbon guy.
They were talking about that earlier, but he's drinking beer tonight. I kind of wanted to drink a whiskey because my friend brought me a nice bottle for this house, and I haven't dug into it yet, but I want beer. And I like this. It's apricot blonde from Dry Dock. I don't know if anyone's ever. It's so good. And I'm an apricot blonde, I figure, so it's good.
I like the can.
The what?
The can. I love labels and cans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a sucker. I'm a sucker for that. If I'm buying wine, it's got to attract me, and anything else too. Even liquor, it's nice. What kind of beer were you drinking, Jocelyn? You have to drink. I guess is vegan beer a thing? Do you have to look?
So there are vegan beers and vegan wine. Because what's weird? Wine. Somehow they use fish, the intestines, to send wine through.
Okay.
So with wine, there's a list of them that are vegan. I don't know. I think, but I'm drinking Kona Big Wave.
Oh, Kona. I like Kona. Yeah. And I guess I wonder if does it go as far as if they fertilize the hops with animal, or is that okay? Is animal fertilizer okay with vegan stuff?
I know some vegans are crazy. I'm not crazy like that. But some
that would be more stressful.
Because there are vegans that they don't want palm oil. They don't want if they have sugar at a restaurant, they won't have the white sugar because I forget what's about the sugar. There's something about the sugar, but there's all these crazy. We eat honey. Honey is a no-no.
You make those bees work, motherfuckers.
But like, like I make elderberry syrup every fall, and I use like like a ton of like raw honey that's local, and I just don't see a problem with that as much.
Because you don't kill them to get. I mean, no, they're alive still. It's just something they make.
Yeah,
it's so good for us as far as like a sugar for us to have.
yeah. But there
Especially if
are
it's
vegans
local.
who are crazy.
I believe it.
Yeah,
That just
I mean,
seems
there's
so
crazy
stressful.
people everywhere.
Yeah, as always crazy. There really are. Anything you could think of, there is someone who's gone too far and is nuts about it. So I love honey. I love the honey for like I don't have the worst allergies, but I have allergies, and I love the local Colorado honey and stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of heal through that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like even if you get a sore throat, honey and lemon, right? Like it's like, and it helps. Oh, and there's a lot of once they started growing hemp out here, like in big fields, they started collecting like CBD honey or the honey from those bees and stuff. So it's like, it's probably good for us. We and Alice, you gonna go? You feel like you can leave whenever you want, Jocelyn. I don't feel like you have to stay because we'll probably go for a while because we're terrible people. Just that quiet.
I have to fuck pee again.
I have to say, like the whole, I feel I have the same thing a lot, and I've been told it's a perimenopausal thing. I don't know if
you shoved 3 babies out of you, right? Like,
yeah,
that has to mess stuff up down there a little bit, I would assume.
Yeah, I don't know. I had 3 C-sections.
Oh, but still, the baby being there,
the baby, like being heavy on that, yeah. No, I had never had a problem. Then they say that's a part of perimenopause, like having to pee more often and stuff. I don't know. I don't want to think about it. I have enough. I just don't want hot flashes. God help me.
I know. I'm ready for it, but I don't know. I won't have that luck probably. Like my mother was like 60 basically, so I'm like, that's fucking great.
That's a long time.
I know.
That's a long time. Some people go through it.
Oh my God.
What do you got going on over there?
That fucking fly. It's like out to get me. At least it's not like that damn fucking bug that was on when I was on with
I just saw it on their screen.
Paul and Doug the one night. There was this huge, nasty ass fucking bug. It was so bad. I was like, that motherfucker looks like it's from Arkansas.
Love it.
Bugs there.
There's like no bugs out here. Oh, he's posting from you now, Alice. Adam.
Shoot it.
Who said my wife's a hoot when she drinks?
Oh, shoot the fly, but thank you.
Jocelyn, this may be a too personal question, but are all your kids yours and Matt's, or are you guys combined family?
Oh no, yeah, they're all ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've been together. So you've been together a while then. 13 years. Are you at 13 years? Alice is 13 years. I'm at 13 years.
13 years because my daughter will be 13 and we got married before she was born.
Okay. Look at us. I'm 13 years too. But not married, but 13 years. Lucky 13. And Alice is renewing her vows at 13.
Yep. Our 13th anniversary will be this August 22nd. We were going to have the vow renewal closer to it, but my daughter's birthday is really close to that. And then it can be really hot here. So we're like, well, let's do September and hope it's not that hot. It very well could be, though. It's very hot.
What are you doing for your ceremony? Is it like, what are you doing for the vows? Like, are you doing a whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, kind of. At first we were gonna hire somebody to do it, and then I'm just like, I want this to be relaxed, and I want it to just be very much me and Adam. Not that our first wedding wasn't like that, but it was more formal, and you do like. There were certain things that I did that I wouldn't have done just because it made my parents happy. Like not that my wedding was bad or I was like, oh my God, this is terrible, but yeah, it's gonna be really chill and really relaxed. And then like the spot that we're actually renewing our vows at is the spot that my husband told me he loved me for the first time. So
Aw.
like that's pretty fucking cute. But yeah, we've been through a lot. We lost my mom 7 years ago. But then my dad was disabled and we ended up moving in with him and taking care of him until he died. And just there was just a lot of stuff that happened with that, happened around that, and really it really tried our marriage. Like not that like our marriage got bad, but it was definitely like, like we went through some stuff and it just feels right. Like it was something we always both wanted to do. Like before I even got married, I was like, I can't wait to renew my vows.
I love it.
Yeah, because I just think like if you do it for the right reasons, it could be so much more beautiful than an actual wedding because you've grown together so much and you've changed so much. And I think that's a really beautiful thing. Now there are vow renewals that I've seen. It's like because one of the spouse cheats or something and they try to like cleanse the marriage or something like that. Like that's not. But yeah, like we've been through so much and we've both grown so much as people and as a family. Like we started homeschooling and just, like really embracing different parts of our lives and embracing our liberty side more, I guess you could say. And, it's just kind of, it's not new. We're not starting new, but we're really growing together. I don't know.
That sounds awesome. I love it. I think
I get it.
Great. Yeah.
I don't even believe in marriage and I fucking get it. And I feel like this is more of a spiritual thing anyway. It's like, it's more about like you guys. It's not about.
Yeah. Well, I told you Adam said this one will almost mean more to him because there's no government involvement or anything like that. Like it's really just me and him, renewing our vows and all that. And I do think it's really beautiful to have your kids be a part of that. Most of the time, most of the time, you hope for your kids not to be born at your wedding. But I think it's going to be really beautiful to have them be a part of that. And like a lot of people do a vow to their children at a vow renewal. So we're going to do that too.
Oh, I love it. Are you guys writing your own vows?
Yeah. We did at our first wedding and we're writing our own vows this time. And like, so funny. Like I'll sit there and I'm like trying to think and like, I don't know, like I just love him so much that sometimes it's like hard to like put it into words, like it really, really
it feels cheap sometimes when you try to put it and you're like, it sounds worse. Like that sounds good.
I don't know. Like I feel like my husband is definitely, like a tough guy, and that's what a lot of people see when they look at him. But like I get a different side of him. And it's really, really special to me that like I got that part of him, like a part that he wouldn't give to just anybody, like he gave to me. And like, I just think that's really cool.
It's so sweet.
That's awesome. I love it.
Speaking of, can you bring me my phone charger if you're listening?
Yeah, he's in the chat. Get our phone charger. My parents just on July 30th, they had their 50th wedding anniversary.
Which anniversary?
50th. Crazy.
My parents had they died in September, but September 5th was their 51st anniversary. They'd just gotten back from AC for celebrating because they had their 50th anniversary during COVID, so they never got to go anywhere. So they were planning to go drive across country and like do it for like a month and a half. So they were in the middle of planning that, and then they had their 51st anniversary. And then my mom died on the 10th, and my dad died on the 17th. So they never got further than that. But they were on like that like beautiful like That's what we actually want to go spread their ashes and go out to where they're one of their favorite places was Sedona, Arizona. So I want to go spread some of their ashes on the red rocks up there.
Yeah. And they both passed from COVID, did you? Or
Well, they
technically?
didn't die from COVID, but yeah, they both passed in the hospital with COVID from the hospital.
Well, do you remember the old days? Like, this is how most of my grandparents died, is like one broke a hip, went to the hospital, got pneumonia, and died. You know, like that was like, not to say it was normal because it was still sad and tragic, but I felt like, and then, I mean, everybody went crazy with the COVID stuff anyways and marking it COVID deaths, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think like with the whole COVID thing, it was, I mean, you know, like I've seen the medical records are blatant lies, and there's all kinds of stuff that went down, but because of everything the way it was, you know, my mom was given 5 rounds of remdesivir in 24 hours, which is deadly.
For
And
like
then,
that was like liver, it would hurt your liver or something,
yeah,
right?
she had kidney disease with it, and then she was given so many drugs, and then she was refused, you know, all the big ones that were helping everyone. They wouldn't even give her vitamin C IV, and then they didn't do any respiration therapy, and they didn't listen to her when she said, I want off all drugs, and they continued to give her morphine to kill her. It was the whole thing is a mess. And then my dad, this is the saddest part though. So my dad and her were in the hospital at the same time. They went in like a day and a half. My dad went in a day and a half later. They were in at the same time, but they didn't put him in the same room. They put him like rooms down. So they never let them see each other. And so when my dad came in, they brought him in to say goodbye, and he was in a wheelchair, and I was there. They let me in to say goodbye to my mom. It was like, if I could only tell you, it was like what's that fortune teller thing where the head's in a box and you put a quarter in and it tells you. He was
like
in
from
a
the
huge,
movie.
yeah, it was a huge plexiglass box with a door, but it was so big that he couldn't get out of the wheelchair to kiss my couldn't even really hold her arm or anything because the box went all the way around. And so they didn't tell him where he was going and who he was seeing and what was going on. So it was a complete and utter shock, and he had no clue what was going on. And then when they kicked me out, they kicked my dad out, and I couldn't go with my dad. I was no longer allowed to be in the hospital again. Then he had a date to leave. He didn't really have COVID anymore at the time, but his oxygen just tanked from, grief. And they were together for 51 years. And then they gave me the choice of, they ended up restraining him because he was on, my dad was 6'5", 6'4.5". So he's a big guy, Vietnam vet with a lot of PTSD. And like he was blown up in the war. I mean, there's so much story behind it, but he was there, and he was on steroids, and he wanted to, he was trying to pull the masks off, right? And he pulled the IV off. So they restrained his arms on the bed to a veteran on steroids with PTSD. And when I told him, I got on the phone and he was screaming, open the fucking window. Like, it's not my dad. I said, get him off the restraints, get him off, and they said, the only way we're going to get him off the restraints is if you put him on hospice, which means kill him. And I knew he didn't want to be restrained. So I knew that's what he wanted. He had told me. So I let them kill him. So they did not die of COVID, neither of them. They just died of bad decision, probably on my part, putting them in. But like,
you put them in. I mean, it's the natural thing to be like, if they're sick or need some, like, you go to the doctors, right? Like, that's going to be the biggest crime against, like, out of a lot of this. It's still hard to stomach how. Fortunately, I didn't have anyone in like a home or anything, but just the fact they weren't letting people see people, especially when they're about to die. If they're about to die, what does it fucking matter? What does it fucking matter about?
And like with me, I had the same COVID they had because we lived in the house with them, so we had all had the same. So they let me in to see my mom only because they felt bad because my dad was there, and it was one nurse on a night shift or like a very morning shift that said your mom's going to die, just come in. I don't think anyone else approved it. So when my dad was dying, they wouldn't let me go in. They didn't let me see him. They didn't let me hold his hand or anything. And then the fucked up part is in the funeral home. So I never thought I'd want to see my parents' dead bodies. But I said to my husband, I said, I'm missing something. There is a disconnect in my brain. I think they're alive. Like I can't process it. It's so weird because it all happened. My parents went from like so happy coming home from AC to like 7 days later dead. It just doesn't make sense. You know, they were very healthy. So like it doesn't register in my brain sometimes. But because of COVID, they cremate, but then you're not allowed to see the bodies. You can't even look through a window. You can't open a door. You can't see the bodies. You're not allowed. It's like this weird thing that someone else tells you can't see this person you love. And I keep telling him like that fucked me up. And I've always said I hate wakes. I've hated wakes my entire life. But I like it like robbed something of me.
For your own parents, especially.
Like there's a disconnect because you can't. And then, people say I'd be just as bad if I saw them. I don't know if that's true, but like it's like trying to, I don't know.
It
was
a weird thing.
I think you're right because I've like I got to see my dad because I was here when he died. So my dad's body was donated to science. But I have loved ones that I didn't get to see, and it's like it doesn't process the
Maybe
same.
it just takes longer. I don't know. It's weird though.
Yeah, like my aunt and uncle that died, they were in South Carolina, and Adam and I couldn't go. And there's times where like I almost forget they're dead because I never went, but I never really had issues with like wakes or funerals. Like my parents would take us to wakes and funerals like all the time. Like it was just no big deal. And they always talked very openly about death. And they would always say to me, like, funerals aren't for the dead, they're for the living. They're not for them, they're for you. Like sometimes, like, as silly as this is, like, I'll see people that say, like, oh, don't say all these nice things about me. Don't get up at a funeral home and say all these nice things about me when I die. Say it to me now. And it's like, well, I said these things to my parents, and now I want to say them to you because I want you to know how much they meant to me and how special they were. And I want you to remember those great and wonderful things that we all loved about them. Like that's one of the things like I loved about my mom and dad, both of their funerals. That sounds weird, but at my mom's funeral, Adam and I got up and talked. My cousin wrote something and the pastor read it. Scarlett wrote something and Adam read it for her. And one of my mom's best friends came up and talked. And then at my dad's funeral, me and Adam talked. Scarlett, my daughter, was a little bit older, so she went up and talked. And it was just so beautiful. It was just, it's difficult, but it's a very beautiful thing. But my mom would also tell me that like the wakes and funerals are the easy part because you have everybody around you.
That's so interesting because when you've lost from to COVID, it's a little bit different because I have a big family. I have both of my parents had 6 brothers and sisters. I had 30 something like cousins and and so when I had their funeral, not one person came. My husband, his mother, and his grandmother, and his friend, my ex-boyfriend, and his 2 sister-in-laws were the only people that came. Nobody came. Yeah. They all were like, we don't want to get COVID or, I don't know. And this is like 2021 September. So it's not like it wasn't, but so we didn't have any experience. I didn't have any experience of that. I felt very left out to dry by my entire family. Yeah. I mean, I don't, it is what it is.
I'm glad you were allowed to at least have a funeral.
We had like the cremation, the urns.
Right.
But I needed it because my dad was military and I wanted him to have the flag, the whole ceremony from
And is he in like a military cemetery? Did they bury him? Or... Oh no, you said you want to spread his ashes.
I have his ashes. So you know what? He can be in the, his Marines. So he can be in the one big, huge, beautiful. And then in the back of my mind, I'm like, I think one of the things he wanted is his ashes mixed with my mom's ashes, which I haven't done that. I'm not quite sure how to accomplish that. I haven't done that one day. They're both full. I don't know.
I'm gonna actually do it for my vow renewal. I am gonna actually
mix it.
Well, actually, Adam is gonna pour them in because I don't like it.
Yeah, it's weird.
It is a little weird.
I don't, and but theirs, it's like these two full. Or I'm like, I don't. The funeral director said, "I will mix them for you if you want when you're ready." But then I was like, my mom doesn't want to be in a uniform military cemetery. So right now they're literally in the bedroom, Matt, and I sleep in. We have to find another place. It's not okay. My daughter, my youngest, has taken nail polish and my 5-year-old tried to draw a heart with blue nail polish on the urn, which is clay, and the only way to get off nail polish is to use nail polish remover, and it will kill the clay of the urn. So I'm like, I don't even know what's going on in our house. I don't know. So I don't know what that would look like in a military, facility with the blue heart. I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do. We have 2 years to decide.
That's
Okay,
funny.
I have to pee again.
We're the worst. No, that's what's just so crazy is like, and then they weren't letting people have funerals. Like what the?
Yeah, that
Like,
was like really in the beginning. They wouldn't let people have funerals, right? I feel like that was like really in the beginning.
Yeah, the first probably like, I don't know, 6 months or so, but I just bizarre. I wasn't allowed to go to a funeral because I wasn't vaccinated at the time for someone I used to volunteer with. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm not going to the funeral.
They
Like,
were requiring vaccinations to go to a funeral.
yeah, and it was from the family, and it was funny because I know the guy who passed away was against everything. And like even in the like little thing they typed up, they're like, we know John would have a lot to say about everything that happened, but I think he passed from cancer. I still don't even know the whole story, but we want we would appreciate if you've been inoculated to come. And I'm like, like what the hell? Like
crazy.
That's so crazy. Like that's just. Ugh. And you're still you were like Hex. You've never had any vaccinations, right?
No, none.
You're pure blood.
I didn't even. I think I had a TB test once in third, just the TB test. But I don't even think. I think they pulled me out before that because my dad had tuberculosis. Like when he took the TB test, he had tuberculosis positive or whatever it was, but he never had it. Like, so they just figured it would be the same with me. I don't know, but no, I've never had anything. And
was your mom like hippy dippy, or was there just obviously for all of us there wasn't as many vaccinations anyways back like
they were like holistic. I mean, they belonged to like the Edgar Casey Foundation, and they did a lot of like things with ESP, and my mom's water broke on the chiropractor's table. She went drug-free birth, so I think she was, but they were both black sheep of their family. None of my aunts and uncles feel the same way.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Funny. It's just interesting how the different everything. Like my parents were always like, if I got sick and stuff, whatever, it was like lay on the couch. We weren't over babied. But then like as my mom aged, then she was like all about not the COVID stuff. They saw through all that, but like just all the amount of medicines they would just take. It's just interesting.
Well, it's kind of pushed on everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty insane.
It's even my dad. So my dad had to lose weight, which he didn't really. I'm like, he's 70, whatever. He's fine. He's 70, whatever. And they put him on it's basically what Fen-Phen is, phentermine or something. And like he lost weight, but like I could tell he's on uppers, And I right away think of the movie. What's the movie?
I'm thinking Weekend at Bernie's, but I know that's not what you're talking about.
The one with like Ellen Bernstein, and she's Jared Leto's mom, and she gets hooked on uppers.
Yeah. Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah. So like right away I think about that because I'm like, I know I've had problems with uppers, so I'm the same blood as my dad. So I'm like, is he gonna get hooked? And then like I'm like, why they haven't even taken him off of it yet? I'm like, he's lost the weight. Why is he even still taking any of it? Like why would, especially with heart, like for your heart and everything, and I don't know. It's doctors.
It's more than, it's just we're in a quick fix. Everyone wants a quick fix for everything. Everything. There's a quick fix. Yeah. And then that quick fix keeps all the pharmaceutical companies in the money because so many side effects, so many crazy things going on,
Yeah, more pills to get for your side effects from your other pills.
Right. And it causes so many problems down the road,
I saw a commercial the other day for pills for another pill. And I was just like, are you fucking
What is
kidding?
going on?
I saw one that was like basically the pill. So it was like if you take an antidepressant, it makes you tweak a little bit. So you take another pill to make you not tweak. It was like, or like have like.
See, this really gets me. The antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds like really get to me, and partly because I'm a therapist. But what I don't get is, and then everyone is like dependent on them. Oh no!
Wait, cat? Did your cat get you?
Oh yeah, and it's the indoor outdoor cat, and his claws are really fucking sharp.
Oh no! Ouch!
Yeah, your claws are super fucking sharp.
Oh.
God.
Are you a psychologist?
No, I'm just an expressive arts therapist.
Okay.
But I had to do all those classes in school, and I'm not even like I think I said it last time. I'm not even licensed. I don't believe in a lot of licensure for that kind of stuff.
Fuck licenses.
But like the antidepressants and anti-anxiety meds, people are so hooked on them, and they so want to not feel things, and like, and especially maybe if there's something different, but especially from trauma, from like things that we've grown up with, things that have created it in us, these things make it impossible to ever heal it. And, you can never get to the core of it. And it's really sick. It's really sick. We're so addicted to it.
Even if like you suggest, hey, maybe like try going for some walks, and they get mad at you for even suggesting that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, people don't want to do the work.
Right. And it's work, and it's hard work.
You don't want to diet or like get into the foods that are like healthy for building up your emotional.
Or face your like shitty side and be like, hey, I'm maybe this happened because of that, but I'm shitty because, or like face their shit because it's hard, right?
Or maybe it's like their job gives them no meaning in life. And then they have to look at that, like, holy shit, like, or their, relationship with their parents, but that's like, we're human. We have to do these things. And we just take these fucking pills that just, all they do is mask everything we are given, just masks. And it's so silly.
Did you see, I think it came out this week even too, they said something like, oh, maybe depression isn't actually a chemical imbalance, because that's always everybody's like thing, like, like, well, it's for an actual chemical imbalance, blah blah blah. And it's like, okay,
Matt was telling me about that. I don't keep up so much with it anymore, but
I mean, who knows what's true, but
I know for like AD. So I used to work with my forte was working with sexual trauma and domestic violence, and and with kids and moms, and I worked for a long time in like I guess you call it like a behavioral, like high school for kids, and the trauma was so intense. This is what I couldn't stand about being a therapist, though, because like, so I smoked, and these girls, obviously they were old, they were too young to smoke, but that was how they managed their flashbacks and stuff, smoking. So if a kid started, I would take them for a walk and have a smoke with them on the I get shit though, because like, it's like when you have certain like professions and stuff, like, but I think that's better than like drugging some kid up to the point where they can't feel anything. Like,
well, especially because you can you can say, okay, we'll get a little high, right? And then you can kind of like start guiding them almost like a meditation or whatever. Like, we're going to start thinking about these things like this. And
and it was just like, and for like, honestly, just like nicotine smoking, like,
right. But that's real. You're like, hey, let's just have a fucking smoke.
I mean, that too, though. But I mean, like, so many people are so crazy. And they prefer them being given a drug from their psychiatrist or their psychologist. And it's just insane to me. The whole thing is crazy.
Yeah. And it's been so pushed. And so like, this is the only option. And like I said, you can't even suggest anything else. My sister's she's a psychologist, and this is funny. She's a Christian psychologist. Well, she has like a Christian practice, but she's definitely more like liberal Christian, or more like open-minded and stuff. But it's interesting because even now, because if she out here, if a kid comes to her with the whole gender stuff, and she also loved sexual trauma too, not loved it, but like that was a lot of her clients has been sexual trauma and that kind of stuff. But like out here now with the whole gender thing, if she even says, maybe it's not related to that, maybe it's because you're 14 and
she could lose her job, or
that's transphobic, just which I thought that whole industry was about exploring different options or exploring, but like it's a very
liberal field. It's a very liberal.
And trust me, I didn't like the the like super religious conversion therapy stuff. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
But I also don't like chopping fucking 14-year-olds tits off either. You know, like why can't we have this like why can't we even the whole business is about talking to people. Like you're not allowed to talk
or
about
letting
stuff.
them explore all the options, right? Or like you know, I don't agree with, I mean, first of all, I don't know if you have out there what they're doing in New Jersey with the school districts where they're all of a sudden starting sex ed at kindergarten. I don't know if you have that in Colorado.
They probably are in some of the districts, I'm sure.
I mean, so at the, like, I don't think this is something a school should be teaching, but like one of the things is by the end of 8th grade, they should know what anal sex is, what vaginal sex is, what masturbating is, what an abortion is, how to get one. Like there's like a whole list of, by the end of 8th grade, like they should know. And I'm like, dude, my daughter would be going to 8th grade. Like she knows things because she asks and I tell her the truth, you know, but I don't think she needs to know what anal sex is or like, I'm pretty sure she's
we talked about that on here too, because I'm like, because I found masturbation very organically. It wasn't abused since I'm very young. And I grew up in a Christian family. And when they found, you know, I was shamed and all that. So I'm like, you can't have that. But then I also don't want teachers teaching it because it's such an individual thing.
Know, my big thing is those kids who are in 6th grade learning about this, right? Go home and they don't have really a sense maybe of what's right and wrong in all ways. And they have a kindergarten, you know, sibling.
Yeah, and you talk about it.
And all of a sudden they're, you know, like that's my thing. It's
such a hard topic because it's like that you want stuff to happen organic. You want to discover it organically. You want to like, but then like you also need to be told, hey, you can't fucking jack off in public. You need to do it. You know, there's like certain boundaries that have to be taught, but then don't be shamed. And I also don't want some fucking stranger teaching masturbation. Like what the
No.
It's like
it's
not
creepy.
It's
creepy. Like
here's
a go. People want the easy out. How many parents don't want to have that talk with their kids? So
that's that in the bottom. What it comes to, obviously, is that like, yeah, your parents should be teaching you this stuff, however awkward as it is. Not teaching every aspect of it, but like, but you know, parents aren't perfect. No one's perfect. We don't know, right? So
I think people just don't want it. Like, I think a lot of people just lay it on, you know,
the schools.
Way out.
Yeah. Although I think 4th grade was the first, like, where it was just the biological, like, you know, egg, sperm.
This is that.
Yeah, there was no like genitals, not like it was just basic, more about periods and stuff, like that kind of stuff. But I had to go sit in the library with the Jehovah's Witness kids. So.
Right, so ours, I remember in freshman year we had to put a condom on a cucumber. That I remember, but now, like someone
I didn't even know what a penis looked like in freshman year. Like I was so innocent.
Yeah, but now, so like the thing is, they're not teaching. Like, so in New Jersey, they're not teaching with pictures. They have kind of like pornography. They're going to be showing like pornography. So I think that also takes it to a new level and a new interest level.
Yeah,
like if it's not just like, okay, here's some pictures, right? They're
you get curious,
videos, right? And then if you have younger siblings, that, you know, that part freaks me out,
right? Because kids don't know, you know, you're playing. So you're 12 and playing with a 6-year-old, which you might be
10, that you're learning this to, like, you know, it's coming all the way through. I just think it's creepy.
Yeah, the book things, I've seen some of those weird, and then it's like sucking dick pictures and stuff or drawings, like. It's weird. And I'm I'm honest. I wasn't abused, but I didn't have a latency period for some reason. But I didn't also know like it was all physical. It was just it wasn't about sex or anything like that. But yeah, like there was my mother had a birth book downstairs, and I remember being like, oh shit.
Like, look, Joy of Sex Volume 1.
Yeah, like you look at it and you're like, whoa. Like I always laugh because like boys, at least before now, it was just different and easier for them because they would find the, you know, Playboy or whatever, and they would all look at it, and it was like, it was like a development in a different. It was
Matt
like
says, like boys are supposed to do it in almost like a humor way.
It's like different. It's
back, yeah. Girls get a different kind of initiation.
But then I also feel bad because I know women who had babies and they'd never had an orgasm because they just didn't. You know, it's
never taught, but they're not teaching how to have an orgasm.
Well, some teachers were apparently teaching the masturbating thing, but I'm like, I don't know. It was probably just one case that was sensationalized, right? But yeah, but in the same thing, like boys is so much easier for boys to figure out, but it's a little harder for girls to figure out. Thank God I figured it out, because it's like great, and just all throughout my rest of my life, like thank God. But like, what do you do too, though? I don't know. It's such a weird topic.
It is so taboo. You can't talk about it.
And that's why our world is so fucked up, is because everyone's weird about sex and stuff, I feel like.
So I think the 90s had it right as far as like gender and stuff. Like, although I don't, I was in such like open groups that like I didn't sense like you were like straight, gay, or bisexual, and that kind of like, right, and then like that, and it was just kind of you do you, I do me. Like, and they were like, you didn't have to over label anything, but like I feel like people were accepted. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I had like a sheltered upbringing in the 90s, but like I think they had it right, because now we're overdoing all of this stuff, and it's just so strange to live in this time right now. Like when I work on Out School, you always have to have the pronouns. Like a lot of teachers put like Jocelyn, she, her, and I'm like, to me it's foreign. I can't even remember. And then one of my friends was like, we're talking about all the different sexualities, and we're talking about, okay, there's pansexual and this sexual and that side. I'm like, I don't get it. It's so many. Like, why can't you just be
horny? Sometimes you're horny. That's what I say.
That's what bisexual was, right? Like, I feel like that was just.
And even I like women sometimes, and I'm like, I won't even call myself bisexual, because I'm like, fuck your labels. Anyways, sometimes I'm horny. No, but thank God too, because I grew up like, I have obviously very small boobs. I'm masculine, not a masculine body, I'm feminine, but like growing up, boys used to make fun of me for not having boobs, right? And I'm like, thank God. That's what's sad about how they're going after the teenage girls, because we all know when you're a teenage girl, it's just, we're different. You're impressionable, and like, thank God no adult ever said, hey, maybe you're a boy. And not that I would have like believed it, but it would have affected me,
Yeah. It's just so weird to me, the whole thing.
Let them just be.
I feel like that's what people did like in the 80s. They just were, but maybe I was sheltered. And I have no problem with people being transgendered or whatever. I have no problem with it. Yeah. But like, I also like, there is a part of me that like, and I being a woman, I think it's, you're missing out on a huge piece, whether good or bad, of being a woman and being able to have a child and having to go through menstruation and like have your period for 3-4 decades, like, and then have to go through that. That is something you cannot get from a surgery, or like an understanding of that as you develop into, right? And I think there's a beautiful journey that lives in transgender too. Like, I think that's a beautiful journey too in itself, but I don't think you should try to sit in a classification of something else. And, I get it on the same level. Like, I get it on both sides, but it just, the whole thing is crazy.
I have a bunch of older trans cross-dressing, just like a huge spectrum, and they're all older, and they think all this shit's crazy too. Even with what they went through, where it was less accepted for, back, but they still think like this is too much. Like, this is,
it's a little crazy.
Yeah, the puberty block, like, and why are schools focusing on, like, why do schools need to fucking focus on it?
If the schools didn't focus, they probably wouldn't even be. I mean, who knows? I don't know if I just lived a sheltered where I feel like everyone was like, I feel like in the 90s, when I was in high school, everyone was a fucking dick to everyone else. It wasn't like, it was bullying, like, right? It was like, I don't know. I just feel like we did it right back then. And now
it's true. I'm like glad I was bullied, because I'm like, hey, I'm hot now, bitches. All people call me ugly back then. Fuck you. But especially if you have a good. But the thing is, it's the parents again too. But I like, you have to say like, yeah, people are gonna be mean to you. Just whatever, it's them, not you, like teach those kind of lessons on top of it. But then also there's that social correction that's kind of necessary too, right, to some extent. But now it's gone the whole other way. You're bullied if you're not trans, like it is bizarre. It's like, why just why? I saw a video of these like two women, one was like a doctor apparently, and the other, and they're like, of course, white suburban women, and they're like giving their kid the puberty blockers and showing the video of it, and it just felt so weird. It felt like, this is what I say, I'm like, all these older white suburban bitches, go to the gay club and make friends with trans people and let your kid just develop. Don't make your kids trans. Like, go make friends with trans. It's like, it seems like a weird thing like
It's
that
a weird
to
thing
me.
because your body is still developing until you're old, and you're really fucking up systems. I think if you come at it from a holistic point of view,
It's
like, wouldn't it be better just to get like the therapy to like help transition mentally or whatever, and then you know, but delve into a community as you go and make sure that you want to stay there. I mean, there's like a huge percentage of people who start the blockers and start the surgeries that go back, and it's usually the girls,
Yes, the
the
girls.
people who are going to male, like, right, and it's usually them that turn back. And I think that partly is a huge piece of misogyny that's not even looked at in our society. I think it's so big and it has been around and it is so deep. And I think that's the basis of all of it. Like, in the end,
it was more binary. Like, Variable was more binary, where I'm like, hey, my secondary sex characteristics weren't always super female looking, but it didn't matter. And they're like, it's almost like they have a more strict definition. Because did you hear about the genderbread man thing they were teaching in school?
Stop.
Yeah, it's called genderbread man. It was, I don't know what age group they were teaching it to, but it was all about secondary, like hair. Like, I'm like, we're Italians. My nieces have fucking hair. You know, it was trying to say, hey, maybe if you have more body hair, you might be feeling more of like a boy, and like just stuff like that, where I'm like,
Maybe.
when we grew up, they told us, like, if someone talks to you or touches your no-no spot, you tell an adult and it's bad. But now they're like talking to them about it.
That's just weird. And then it doesn't help. It's just over sexual. I feel like, you know,
we're already
kids
crazy
should
at that
be
age.
innocent as long as they can be.
Yes. No, that's why I tell people, I'm like, especially with daughters, like, I hope to God you're blessed with a late bloomer daughter. Like, don't let her dress cool. Don't let her wear too much makeup. Like, let her just be like, you know, because I turned out great and that's how I am. I don't know. Alice, are you coming back? Her phone died.
Oh,
I don't know. It's getting late by you. I don't know if you need to go. This is like, our conversations always go this way. Because you have to be able to talk about it in a real way where, like, you kind of can't in some places, but like, and we're all kind of like open-minded and like, hey, maybe some of this shit's not right, you know? Like, I don't know.
There's so much mess. I mean, I feel like when I look out, it's just there's so many things wrong.
It's like they went too far.
Why? Like, we're so, like, and Matt and I say it all the time, we're just so far from nature.
Yes.
So far from the natural order of things.
Yeah, the nature, especially like because you're getting these kids on medicine from such a young age now, and now they're going to be a lifelong, and like the girls are often sterilized, or you know, or like it screws them up completely. Even when they put young girls on birth control so young, I feel that's not good. Like, thank God I had like conservative parents who were like, no.
I didn't steal. I had a friend whose mother worked for a gynecologist. And so without telling my mom when I was 12 or 13, she would bring home samples and I would take them. And she would give me samples for a year.
And were you having sex then?
No. I don't know why I took them. You know, you're a teenager. You're like, I got to take the birth control pills. I don't know. But I took them. I fucked my system up so bad. When I was 19, I decided to get off it because I got really holistic. I started getting holistic around 19. And I went to this like holistic OBGYN. And so we got off, and it took me months over months to get my period regular after that. And I had to take a progesterone cream. I had to put copper on my feet. There was so much going on.
The hormones are all messed.
Months. And in that time, I had learned the ovulation method, which is amazing.
Yeah,
birth control.
Why don't they do? I'm like, you know, you can only get pregnant like a handful of days a month. Most obviously, there's outliers and stuff, but like, why don't they
condom for the rest, right? Like for those moments, and then and then you also know if you need the morning after pill. If like say you're in a moment, you use the condom breaks. You know the condom broke. You know you need the pill to go get the morning after pill. Like, but it's
but it's so crazy.
It took me so long to come back.
Did you notice any like mental changes?
Oh, I found this. Did you see that thing that was going around the internet the other day? They were saying, here's interesting, talking about marriage and divorce. How many women meet their husbands or their boyfriends when they're on the pill, get off the pill to get pregnant, and they end up in divorce. She was like, because so many so many people, like there's so many change in hormones because you're like, you're on the pill. So you're not really truly being.
No, I've heard that. Like you're attracted to people you would maybe not naturally be attracted to even or something like that.
And then they just end up in divorce after they get off the pill to get pregnant.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, honestly, though, I don't remember how different I felt. But
yeah,
like,
you were still young, at least when you got off of it. Thank goodness.
Now people put that Marina,
the IUD.
Oh yeah, that's scary. I had poisoning.
She got poisoned because one of them has hormones and one of them doesn't. I think, right?
It was the copper. It was a metal OD kind of from the copper.
Oh,
uses copper,
wow.
And she's years dealing with it.
Yeah, I'm so thankful because I feel like I've only been to the emergency room twice in my life, and one time was when I was in high school and I was just bleeding a lot. You know, girls can bleed to death if something's wrong, right? So went to the ER, and right away they did an ultrasound. It was like, I don't have polycystic or anything like that, but I had cysts at the time. And they're like, and I've always just had heavy period. Like, it's just been natural for me. But like right away, they're like, do you want to put her on birth control? But like my parents were conservative Christians. So they're like, no. But I'm like, thank God. So the only birth control I ever was on, I tried that Nuva ring, the like ring it's not insert. Yeah. You can put it in yourself. I was on that for 6 months. I took Plan B twice. And that's it.
I did the Plan B once.
I like it. I mean, if you're not on something,
it's not a bad option.
No,
I had sex the night before Easter, but we all took ecstasy.
Nice. Yeah, shit happens when you're like on drugs.
Well, yeah, and then you get real dry, and so we had a condom, but there was nothing working with it, so it just broke. And then I had to go. We went. I swear to God, it was like 1 a.m. on Easter Sunday to the hospital. Morning after pill. And then I had to be around my whole family who's from Long Island. They do all talk like this and they're really loud. And oh my God, and I was dealing with the after effects of that, and that sucked. I was coming down off ecstasy.
Love it. Well, now it's like way easier to get the Plan B anyways too. So
I think they're trying to make it easier. It should be easy.
It's like at Walmart, I think, in a lot of places. So
yeah.
I don't know. That's what I have a thing on Twitter. It's DCITP. Like, just don't come in the pussy for a minute too. Like, but then like a lot of people go, I'm like, okay, just there's a couple days a month you should avoid. Just avoid those couple days a month. Add a condom layer. And like I've been having sex for 20 years and I never and I took Alice.
I love it. Time. I feel like that was like
it was like I'm like I was never scared. Come here, buddy. Come here. What are you doing? No. I never was worried because I know like I never even let cum touch the inside of my pussy or my vagina till I was like 34, 35. Like I went that whole
I did that either.
I have to pee now. That made me laugh.
I was so worried about getting pregnant. I was like, I cannot do this.
So funny because me and my husband were just talking about how like I'm so like vanilla about sex. Like I don't really like talk about it. You know, like I don't care if other people do, but like I don't talk like when I do talk about it, I'm probably really, really drunk. But yeah, like some of the like we have a girl that we'll hang out with and like, yeah, the one night she's like, yeah, I like to get drunk and like make out with chicks. And I'm like, I don't. You know, but like she was like telling me stuff and I'm like, I was like laughing, but part of me is like, wow, like I don't think I want to hear this. But like sometimes like yeah, like sometimes I'll get like weird about like knowing too much about my friends like sex lives and stuff. But like for Bobby, it doesn't bother me because it's just like how I met her.
I used to have this one friend who my one friend is still my friend, but I had a friend, he died when I was like 21, but I had loved him. But I couldn't date him anymore because I was dating his best friend. So I was like, my friend Mary, I said, you have to date him because I love him and he's so wonderful. So one day we we were in the city and we were drinking, so we went back to her place to stay, and I was with Joe, but I slept there with my boyfriend who was Joe's friend, and so we were sleeping. We're going to sleep, and Joe and Mary were getting together. And it's that awkward moment where you're kind of in the same room, and like, so you're on the floor and they're on the bed. And then I hear my friend Mary go, "Are you going to keep your socks on?" And he's like, "Oh, okay." And then what's going on. And then I'm like, "Well, should we partake? Because I don't. There's going to be like all kinds of noises in this room, But yeah, are you going to leave your socks on? That was really funny."
You're feeling good, Alice. All right. Oh, Adam says your daughter was born 51 weeks after your marriage. Hey, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it's funny too because like I remember saying to him, and I might have even been pregnant, like when I said it to him, I'm like, do you ever just like feel like just like throwing in the towel and saying fuck it and let's just have some babies? Because we're like still in an apartment and stuff, and like we like but along she came.
Well, if you don't have like fertility issues, like getting pregnant sex is the best. Like, because there's no worry. Like if you have fertility issues, then that's a different story because then the pressure is on. Yeah. But if you're just like jumping in and you're like, all right, let's do it. Like that's like all like no holds barred. Like just whatever you do it. Like, and it's like, that's like the best. No anxiety.
Well, yeah, now that Mr. Forest Mommy's fixed, I get it. I'm like, oh, I get this whole thing. But I told people I used to hate, be one of those girls who hate, not that I hated cum, but I was like, ew, gross. Now that I'm old, I'm like, oh, I'm a total cum slut. Like, put it all over me. And I'm like, I kind of get it now, but I think I hated it then because I didn't want to get pregnant or anything, with my ex. So I get it now. Get it all in you. It feels great.
Though, people get pregnant when men have vasectomy.
Oh yeah, it can reverse.
So friends who had that happen.
Yeah,
I have a hard time with that.
You have to get it tested and shit every now and then.
You get it tested. Did you get the clip and the burn, the sear in the clip? Or
well, he actually had this little cyst in his ball. This is TMI, everybody. Sorry, nobody knows him. It's okay. But he ended up. So he was right before COVID. So he was 52 then. But he ended up having a cyst in his ball that he had to get out anyways, and so they did it then. I don't know exactly what it was, but they did it then. So
has he got checked since he had it done, like to see?
Yeah, he did get like tested and stuff, and he's not. But he's also super old. I always think like maybe I'm infertile too. I don't know, but I'm not testing it. But he is technically infertile as it is right now. But if it reverses, I don't know.
That's weird. Right? I don't trust anything anymore.
No. Well, even birth control, even regular pill birth control. How many girls say I got pregnant on birth control?
Yeah,
all of them. Like every other.
There's that chick that worked for Planned Parenthood. They made a movie about her too.
About Planned Parenthood?
I can't remember her name. I cannot remember her name, but she worked for Planned Parenthood. She turned against Planned Parenthood, and she was like really in deep with Planned Parenthood.
She loved sucking the babies out and stuff.
Yeah,
sorry, that was gross.
Like I've watched interviews with her, and she talks about like looking back, like God, like I can't believe that was me. Like I can't believe I was that person, and like I think I was more pro-choice back in the day than I am today. Like, I mean, you and I have talked about, I would never encourage a woman to have an abortion, like, but yeah, like she would like look at the jars of like the little baby parts and be like, and like, but she said one of the reasons that Planned Parenthood is so big on the pill is because it's so easy for women to become pregnant off of, because for one, it's not as reliable, and two, you have to take that pill the same time every single day. And if you don't, then you have to figure out like, okay, like I missed this many days, so I have to take this, this, and this. Like I went on the pill for a little bit after I had Scarlet. Like it was a while after I had Scarlet. Like I was done breastfeeding and stuff. And I had never been on the pill before, and I was in my 30s. Like I had never taken anything like that. And I went psycho. Like
You could tell it made you crazy.
yeah, like completely psycho. And I was texting with my like brother's girlfriend at the time, and you know, I didn't like have a lot of girlfriends, and in my mom's day, like all this stuff wasn't a thing, you know. You either put on a condom or you played the pull out method, or if you were married, you know, it happens, it's meant to be. God's plan, you know, that's how it was. And I was talking to her and she's like, oh yeah, she's like, I took the pill for a while, and she's like, and I quit taking it. She was like, I was absolutely insane. But my doctor, I worry about my daughter finding a good OB, because you keep running away with lighters, because I had a lighter.
He's a lighter stealer.
Usually I'm the lighter stealer too. He just said you're a lighter loser.
That's funny. Wait, did you hear the dad joke? What's the difference between a hippopotamus and a Zippo?
What?
What's the difference between a hippopotamus and a what?
And
Zippo.
a Zippo.
No.
What? A Zippo, like a lighter. A Zippo lighter.
One's heavy and the other's a little lighter.
You missed it, honey. It was a dad joke. What's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo? One's a little lighter, and wait,
one's heavy and one's a little lighter.
One's heavy and one's a little lighter.
Yeah, that's why you don't post that shit.
I'm sorry. I like totally and I had a shot when I went.
And a shot.
It was just a little.
So I told everybody that you were peeing and mixing drinks and probably peeing, and you're in there taking shots without peeing.
I took an itty bitty shot.
Oh yeah.
While I was mixing the drink.
I know a Linedecker itty bitty.
Tonight you just took a shot now?
When my phone was off. So I go in the house and I'm like, okay, I made a pitcher of lemonade right like a little bit before this started. But my daughter loves lemonade too. I don't mix the alcohol in with it. I do it separate.
Yeah,
so don't think
fair.
So I go in there and I'm like, crap, dude, like she got herself a big old cup of lemonade. So I was making more lemonade and mixing more of my drink, and I had the vodka, and I was like, well, I'll just do a little bitty shot.
Do you make lemonade fresh?
I've had a week, and it was like last week was just one of those weeks, man. Like our fucking fridge broke, and I'm just like, are you like fucking kidding me right now?
I actually dropped my computer, or it shut. What was the punchline of the joke?
Oh, what's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo?
What?
One weighs a lot and the other is a little lighter.
One's
heavy and the other's a little lighter. However, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
That's cute. Well, first shot, a lot of people put on weight with that Depo shot. That's like gives a lot of people gain weight with that.
And then
my doctor wouldn't give that to me. My doctor wouldn't.
Sorry.
No. What did you say?
They gain weight, right? And then they get depressed, and then they're on antidepressants.
That's the whole thing.
And then they can't go to sleep, and they're anxious, so they get
it's the circle of pharmaceuticals. It's beautiful.
I'd rather just drink booze and do drugs, to be honest. like recreational drugs.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Like, dude, I have this friend that, well, she's not my friend anymore. Well, that's not true, because if she called me, I would drop pretty much anything for her. She was like a sister to me for a long time. But like, she like went on the birth control, and then she's like on all these meds and shit. And like that probably was the last time I saw her, now that I think about it. She like would get really mad at me for like not living in my pain. And I'm like, I dealt with those things. I accepted those things. Like, yeah, like life is rough, man. Like it's fucking rough. You know, for some people it's rougher, for some people not as much, whatever. But life's gonna hand you shit. And you know, like I was happily married. I'd been through a lot. At that point I had lost my mom, and she would just get so mad at me for like not living in all this pain of my past. And I'm like, I like accepted those things happen to me. And, you know, I don't, but she like lived in all of that. Like this is a almost 40-year-old woman still trying to deal with trauma from her teenage years. And it's like, and like I feel bad looking back, because I would kind of look at her like, dude, like be nicer to your fucking husband. Like he works his fucking ass off, you know. My husband works his ass off. But now it's one of those things where I look back and I'm like, I could have been a better friend to her, because I guess as I've grown in my marriage and Adam and I faced things after my dad died, Adam really like, he really looked out for me. Like, I think if it ever came to a point where like I was like, I need to go see a psychiatrist, and they're like, well, we're gonna put her on this, that, and the other thing, Adam would be like, no, you're not gonna fucking do that to my wife, you know, like, and this, like, I look back now and I'm like, you know what, like, you were her husband, you saw there was a serious fucking problem, like a serious fucking problem with your wife, and you didn't do anything to step up. You know, but like there's a lot of women like her that would be like, you don't understand it, blah, 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 blah. Like, and he was a little pussy ass bitch. And yeah, I don't know. But I do look back and like all of my friends like will talk about how crazy she is and everything else. But like I look back and I'm like, I know she wasn't always a really good friend to me, but I think I could have been a better friend to her. Like I just do. I think
that's why you're a good person, because you think about shit like that.
I do. Like, you know, because I look at Adam and I'm like, Adam would never let that shit happen to me, like ever. Like if that is what became of me, the stuff that happened, like she was doing, like Adam wouldn't let it keep happening. Like he would do everything to protect me and bring the good in me out, you know, and help me cope with everything I needed to cope with. And like I should have stood up for her more than I did, for sure. Have
you heard of that theory? I'm sure you've probably heard of it 1,000 times. The 5 people you spend the most time with kind of shape your life in a lot of ways. They have so much influence in a sense, so you have to be careful who your top 5 people are.
Yeah.
You know,
but maybe like, you pushed her away for necessity almost. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, but just the idea of like, you know, being able to like, it's hard because it feels selfish in a lot of ways, right? If you want your top 5 people to be people that push you and inspire you, and, you know, they are constantly, you know, kind of checking in on you or making sure, right? Like, but like I have friends who have had for 45 years that, you know, they are always dealing with some kind of illness or something or there's always something down, right? Like I have a tendency of not spending time necessarily because my energy goes down, and then I have this weird energetic thing. Like if I'm around someone who's constantly sick, am I going to pick up that energy and like start feeling like shit all the time? And it's not that I don't love them and care for them, and, you know, but I definitely do keep a distance. I'm there if they need me, but like they're not in that core group of people.
I think it's a matter of just balance. Like, I mean, my dad was really sick pretty much my whole life. So my dad, like, it was definitely hard to deal with, but like, I don't know, man. I look at that shit and I'm like, damn, like maybe that didn't, like, I consider myself a somewhat strong person, but like seeing everything that's happened the past 2 years, I was like, damn, like maybe him being sick, like maybe a lot fucking stronger than like I ever realized. But my dad, like, my mom and dad had positive attitudes. Like They just
Oh yeah,
say
I'm talking like what they would call Debbie Downer kind of thing. Like that's what
right. And that's what I'm saying. Like you need to find a balance. It's like, okay, I'll be there for you, but like just recently my husband and I dealt with like people that we know that, you know, we come to find out like they're still doing the same shit they were doing 7 years ago that we stopped talking to them, you know? And it's like, you're not doing anything to fix yourself. You're just trying to bring everybody around you into this mess that you have. You know, like I'll be there for you through those rough times where you're like, I don't know what to do. I hate myself, whatever, like whatever it is. But you know, when it just goes on and on, you're not doing anything to better yourself, then
yeah, and like no matter what, yeah, it's like like the vampire kind of thing. And I always worry that shit's gonna rub off, and I feel like weird to think like that, but I do. Like I'm like energetically, like we are like the top 5 people, you know. And then I'm like, I don't even have 5 friends, so I have like my 3 kids. And my husband. I don't even think you can count them.
But being like in the job you have, you're probably the kind of person. So if those people around you kind of like want to start trying to understand them and like help them almost. So you're like, to try to understand people, you have to kind of like become them or be in them a little bit. And so if they're like always down and negative, this is how I feel, at least, especially on the internet. Like, I get down so easy because I'm like, I want to help someone if they reach out, but then I have to kind of be in their world a little bit, and that's hard on me. I know that sounds weird, but like,
that's why I don't do therapy. I mean, when I was working with
there
therapy,
you go.
when I had such a hard time, they call it putting the veil up, right? Like I would take on, and so I know we talked a little bit about human design when we were here last time, but like in human design, they have like these open undefined centers. And if you have a ton of undefined centers, you kind of take, I have an undefined emotional center, undefined will center, and an undefined head center. And if you have an undefined emotional center, you just take on everyone else's emotions. And so if you're constantly dealing with somebody who's dealing with traumas and all this other stuff, like like I couldn't hold that up in a strong enough way for myself. So like I worked for a long time with spinal and brain cord injuries. And then I had my kids. And so when you're working with spinal and brain cord injuries, one of the guys I worked with was run over by a bus in India. Another one fell out of a treehouse. Another one had, like, they're all in their paraplegic, working in wheelchairs. I got to the point where I would not let my kids go on a tree. They were not allowed to climb trees. That's it. Boom. Nope. No, not even a conversation. So I had to stop because I was taking on these fears and anxieties, which I saw every day. I worked with how many people who were in wheelchairs from stupid accidents in trees, but it wasn't the normal. Like it's not the. I mean, there's so many kids who don't fall.
I fell out of it. I was in the treehouse today, but I fell out of a treehouse as a kid. But it was my brother's fault. Again, my brother made me do something, and I fractured my arm.
Will always be your brother's fault. Brothers are
kind of. He was bad too. Like when he was one of those, like, he was the only boy in the family, so he was like Jesus Christ, like, you know, like we love the boy. And then like I grew up in this Christian family, and I always thought he was a little fake, anyways. And so he was all like, "I'm perfect." And then when he made this like stupid, I don't know, where you like slide down a wire. I can't think
like
of
a zip line.
A zip line, but it wasn't a fucking zip line. It was a rope and a piece of wood. And so like, and so I was 6 or 7, and I'd be 7, and so, or no, maybe 8. And I did it, and I fell, and I didn't break my arm, but I hurt it. And he told me, Mr. really good Christian guy, well, now, you know, that's his face now, but he told me to lie and say that, like, I got scared. We were feeding the neighbor's horses, and I got scared and fell or something. And for years, our neighbor thought that, like, that's what happened. And then finally I came clean as an adult, and I'm like, no, it's because I fucking fell off of that stupid thing you told him that you had told him to take down anyways. Like, and then he told me to lie, because, you know, like, when you don't want to get in trouble, you tell, like, you know, you like control the situation. I don't know. It's just funny. So you can't fight. But I said the treehouse is safe now. No, but I'm like, I take on people's, it's like, I try to be so understand, or I try to get into them a little bit and understand. And I've had such a crazy ass life that I kind of like, there's always a little something I know about where they come from and like can feel from it, but it gets exhausting. And then like, I need to tell people on Twitter, like, if you really truly are suicidal, do not reach out to me. And I know that sounds mean, but like, I can't help you. I can't help in those, like, you know, especially if it's people I don't know. And I know that sounds mean too, but if like, I don't know you at all, like, I can't help you.
And you
like,
can't read the situation either. Like,
yeah, like somebody
Yeah.
did that to me this weekend, and then I saw them like, and then they like were lashing out, and I'm like, okay, no, I'm very good at like, once I see that someone will, because I hate that when people are hurting and then they lash out. I hate that. Like, and I understand where it comes from, and I try to be forgiving, but like, hurt people shit. I'm like, I hate that. Like, it's such a bad cycle, and it doesn't help anybody. And now you're making someone who maybe could have helped you a little bit, like, hate you, you know? So like, that happens a lot, but that's why I drink now. So it's all good. Versha, why'd you say that about cocaine? What are you saying about me? Just kidding.
High on cocaine.
No, that's the thing. Yeah, you don't. If that's the thing, you try it and then you like it, and that's the problem with it. But
I've never done cocaine.
don't ever do it. It's
Yeah,
you like it. You start to like it.
So when I was younger, like I had some friends that did cocaine, and my one friend, I'm still friends with him to this day. He's one of the longest friends that I had. Like, he's excited to meet you. But he's the longest friend I've had, and he was like, dude, you should never fucking do cocaine. He was like, you would be absolutely insane. You would be like running around the house like, I gotta clean this, I gotta clean that.
and then you just start doing it so much that you're not even productive on it. You just, all you're thinking about is doing more. It fucks your brain, it fucks your dopamine, it fucks everything up. I went the longest time in my life just being a pothead, and then I touched that shit, and I was like, oh, I understand why it's a fucking problem for people. Like, I'm like, oh, I get it. Like, it's a problem, man. And I'm not even like, I'm a chill pothead.
Mostly, like, always, like, it was so funny because, like, when I was younger, a bunch of my family thought that I was, like, on cocaine and stuff, and, like, or, like, smoking crack, and my dad's like, no, she's not, you know. I was just really skinny because, like, I was working so much, and I really couldn't afford food because my fiance at the time was a cokehead. Like, everybody just assumed that that's what I was doing too, but it was really like I was working like 70 hours a week.
You were making the money for the coke, but you weren't doing the coke.
Like, yeah, I mean, and then like once I did, like, with my tail between my legs and came back home, like I gained a little bit of weight and started working out again. And
but it went to your boobs, so whatever. It's fine. Like, if I gained weight, it wouldn't go to my boobs. It would go to my thighs. What?
I'm going to have to get new bras, though, with the weight that I'm losing. Because I had on my other bra, and I'm like, and it's like my comfy bra. It's like the bra.
What size are your boobs?
Mine?
D?
No. Well, probably, yeah. No, they're probably just a D right now. Like, growing up, they were always pretty much like just like a nice C cup.
That picture you sent me, like, from your bachelorette party, I was like, oh yeah, your boobs are little there. But then you had babies probably, and
yeah, like in that picture, they were just like probably a C cup is what I wore back then. But
breastfeeding will do all kinds of shit to your boobs.
Oh my god, yeah. I remember when I was breastfeeding my daughter, my sister's like, yeah, after you breastfeed, your boobs will never be the same, just so you know. Like, enjoyed it because, like, I had bigger boobs than them, and they would always get mad about it that I had bigger boobs than them. And, like, I
have to go pick up my daughter from her date. But I've had such a blast.
Thank you you're welcome anytime. We do it Thursday nights. You're welcome anytime, Jocelyn.
She just texted me. I'm like, oh, she's like, get me in a minute. I'm like, oh, okay.
Thank you for coming.
Bye.
Bye, Jocelyn. So your boobs are bigger than your sister's?
Yes. But my sisters, like, they had my mom's height. Because my mom was like, she was like 5'7", 5'8". But my mom had like the hourglass figure, you know? Like, so even though I didn't get her height, I got that like figure.
Female, feminine figure.
And they were like pissed, and I'm like, whatever, like, you guys have stunning legs. Like, it's not like, and then my one sister was like, she was super obsessed with her boobs. She's like, one is bigger than the other. Like, she would buy all these different bras, and then finally she just got breast implants, and yeah.
Sometimes, like, I have a friend who, like, I met her initially through swinging, but we're best friends anyways, which all the swinger girls get fake boobs and shit. But she literally showed me pictures, and her boobs literally were like two completely different sizes because she was a swimmer and muscular. And so I'm like, yeah, if you want to even it out, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. YOLO.
And it's significantly different. And yeah.
First shot's being horny in the chat. He's like, maybe if Mommy would make out with my wife, she wouldn't notice doing bumps off. I think she would. First shot, you're naughty. Your wife doesn't even know about all of us internet friends.
Yeah, so Adam so they were in the chat planning Viking funerals.
I love Viking funerals. I gave a bird a Viking funeral once.
So they were in the chat planning Viking funerals. Adam invited everybody to the vow renewal, and then he comes in here when my phone died, and he's like, yeah, I don't care who comes to the vow renewal. Like, I don't give a fuck. And I'm just like, yeah, because you're not worried about, like, having enough food, having enough drinks. Like, you're not worried about any of that. You're just like, what the fuck ever.
You know what? If we run out of food, can you get pizza delivery at your house?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be fine. We're fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't stress about it.
I'm you know what?
Paul. Sorry, go on.
What did Paul say?
He says, I never noticed Alice's boobs, as I do not see her as a sexual object. But since we are talking about it, I guess they are kind of big. I love it. Is it fun to, like, be able to, like, talk like this, and it's not fucking no one's worried about leaving relationships? Like, it's just fun to talk like this. Is how a lot of people want to talk in the world, but you can't because everyone's all fucking uptight and shit.
Oh, I make jokes about one of the guys that works with Adam. I call him Top Gun. Like, they call him something different, but I call him Top Gun because he's like, well, he doesn't anymore because they ruined him at the job, and now he's like growing out this beard and stuff. But he totally was like Tom Cruise type,
like clean cut.
Yeah, it's like just a good looking guy, you know. And I'm like, we need to get him a watch. He can be all Top.
And aviator glasses. Does he have aviator glasses?
Yeah, he's a nice looking guy, but he's just kind of nerdy. Yeah. Well, to me, he's kind of nerdy.
But he's good. The thing is, like, people should be able to tell other people when they're, like, good looking and stuff, and it doesn't have to be a whole fucking thing.
Over it. Like, Adam and I have talked about this. I'm like I would get, like, I'm like the opposite. Like, I'll get mad at Adam if he doesn't think my friends are pretty.
You're like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you dum-dum? Look at her. She's pretty.
Okay, I shouldn't say. I know with, like my best friend, he thinks she's pretty, but he probably wouldn't, like, be okay with people talking about her the way they talk about me, because it's weird, because my best friend is actually our friend's daughter. So we've known her since she was in high school.
Yeah, there's a different relationship.
Adam, I'm sure, like, probably Adam looks at her more like
a daughter, a stepdaughter kind of thing.
You know, like a girl he has to look out for, whatever. Well, he does, but yeah.
And that's good. That's human. That's being human. There's different types of relationships and shit. And, like, that's why we get along too, because we're like, we know we can talk like this, and it's just whatever. It doesn't fucking matter, you know. Like, I love it. And I love that your husband told you to follow me on fucking Twitter. Like, and you were like, who's this girl? And then I'm probably the first time you saw me, I was posting some slutty picture or something.
No, I don't even remember the stuff that I saw when I first started following you. But yeah, like, immediately I'm like, yeah, that's my kind of chick.
It's just freedom. Like, I think a lot. I was laughing because, like, with the whole sparkler thing too, which, like, people, like, loved it. And I expected people to, like, I expected a lot more mean comments. And I got one mean comment, and, like, then I got, and And I'm like, I love it. People bring it up at that thing I was at last night, which we should see. You guys should see if there's a Liberty on the Rocks in Cleveland, because they do like little meetups. And there's like chapters.
Yeah. I would like to do more in Ohio.
Well, it's just fun to meet, and like even these people even in Colorado, the Mises Caucus, there's a ton of family people. And like
I'm willing to have meetups at my house so that like we don't have to worry like about paying for drinks. Like people can bring their own stuff and everything, and like I mean, after I met most of the people at first, but
that's the way to do it. I did that. I'm a little burned out now, so I need a break, but I did 2 years of like parties I probably did about 15 parties at my house that were like Twitter, libertarian friends and stuff. So like, it's fun. It's fun to do it at your house too, because then you can get fucked up and stuff, but I mean,
we could almost consider the vow renewal. It's getting close to a liberty.
Am I going to share a bed with Hex? I want to share a bed with Hex.
I'm like, I think it's going to be, I wonder how some of my family is going to be, because I'm not going to, like, I don't want my family to know that, like,
we're internet friends.
No, that doesn't bother me. I don't want my family to really know that, like, we all live stream and stuff. We've talked about my family a bit. But yeah, I think some of my family's gonna be like, you guys met on Twitter?
I can like, get out.
Yeah, because you guys were pissing me off on Facebook, so I started spending a lot of time on Twitter because you guys want to argue with your fucking family members over fucking abortion, you fucking shit.
I was laughing last night. This new girl came and she didn't know anything about like libertarian stuff. Like she just came to this meetup and she had been to one other one too. And it turns out she's from Romania originally. Her dad like escaped Romania, blah, blah, blah. But like she was, and so like, but they were laughing because they owe it. Like I went up front because you can like at the beginning of these events, you can go up front and kind of like give a spiel for 30 seconds. So I gave a spiel about how I'm interviewing the libertarian candidates, Colorado, blah, blah, blah. And then like I go to sit down. They're all my friends, the people who run it and stuff. And they're like, oh yeah, and follow her on Twitter. She loves sparklers and shit. And so like a handful of us like know. And even so like I went to a picnic a couple weeks ago right after the 4th of July thing. And like this one girl, she's a mom and she was like, did you do it? I didn't see it. Like she just loves it. Like everyone just fucking loves it. And they're like down, like, and especially because now they know me in person too. I feel like they just really accept me and they get it, like they get it. So
I think a lot of people like if they feel like if they wouldn't do something, they feel like they should hate on people who do it, if that makes sense. Like there's a lot of things I wouldn't do, but I don't hate on people for not doing that.
Right. Which is so easy. It's so easy to like not hate on people who do things you wouldn't do. Like I said, like I would never get legally married, but guess what? I fucking love going to weddings. Shit. Like I would never like hate on someone because it's my life and my life is my, and like I also am like, if I wanted to raise a family and shit, you know what? Guess what? I do think you should have 2 parents and a stay-at-home mom, but I didn't do that, but I still think that shit.
Easier with the way everything's set up for shit to be legal. It does.
Especially I feel like you need health insurance, if like, especially if you have kids. Marriage, if you're gonna have kids, is like the best. That's the best way to do it, to protect the kids and shit too. So, but do you know what? Do you know what the leading cause of divorce is?
Money and family.
No, the leading cause is marriage. You have to get married to get divorced. No, but like if I had wanted kids, shit would be different. It's just, but that's why we all get along, because we're like that. You're like, oh, if I live that, I can say, hey, I think if you're raising kids, you should do it like you're, but it's not like, I don't know. Why do people have such a hard time with like?
I don't know, dude. Like I don't get it. Like I sent you that song that, like, even when I was younger, like that was my jam. Like, like why the fuck like I get people's argument like culture affects my children. I get that. You can argue that. You can absolutely argue that. which is one of the reasons, like, I don't, like, I like Ben Shapiro. I do. Like, I think he's like that dorky funny,
He's so dorky.
you know, like, he's just such a nerd.
He's just a little too pushy, or like my way or the highway.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, whether he wants to admit it or not, he's a very sheltered person. He had a very good life, but like, yeah, like, I don't.
But did your kid die? Is someone dying?
Adam's like screaming.
Oh, uh-oh. Adam, are you in the chat? First shot, you're paranoid about getting. I'll roofie you. I've done the roofie drugs recreationally.
Honey? Oh,
Oh, who are you guys talking? What was this joke you guys are talking about? Who made this joke?
I don't know, but I'm gonna pee.
Okay, I'll hold down. Who type?
I'm gonna
His
get all
last.
pee.
Oh, Adam. Wait, what was this joke you guys were talking about? Who is president right now? Oh my God, President Brandon's real name is Block. Oh, you can't say Biden in the chat. Okay, I see. You can't type Biden.
Huh? Why can't you type Biden?
I don't know. They said they're. Oh no, it showed up for Travis. They were saying you can't type it, but someone else typed it. Oh, his name in high school. Oh, I guess if you say that, it probably won't show up. Is everyone ready for this?
That was a good one.
Thanks. And first shot, I had flex for you, but I'm like waterlogged right now, so I'm not as lean. But there you go, first shot. Hope you like it.
Did she run off? Savannah, were you hollering?
Oh, don't, girl.
Oh, what did you want?
Look, I can hear his phone. Paul is like, oh yeah, Biden's such a fucking pedo. They're all pedos though. That's the thing, and that's what I tell people as somebody who is a degenerate. These people with all the power in the world, it's very easy to see how they do that because nothing's enough. I mean, they fucking send other people's kids to go die in wars and shit. Like, of course they're fucking terrible and evil and they're gonna fucking rape babies. And how many times do we have to see Biden sniff kids all creepy? And they're like, you know, like, how do you, like, this is the whole thing I've talked about before from every side where, like, people will, especially if there's sexual abuse in a family, they, like, don't talk about it and push it under the rug. And that's, like, the same shit with all this shit. Fucking bugs the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I mean, it was like really, really bad. And I think that shit, like,
it feels like the pedos are winning because they've, like, ruined everybody.
fucked a lot of families up more than people would like to.
Yeah. Every time I make a post, there are so many people who say shit happened to them. It got pushed under the rug. I mean, I just have my measly 25,000 following, but like that, like there's always like 10 people who will say shit, and I've got messages where people say shit happened, and like, and that was their families. And guess what? One of my really good friends grew up on a ranch. I think I brought this up before too. He grew up on a ranch out here. They're conservative, Christian, good people, and it was the grandma and grandpa lived there, and then the mom and dad and 3 kids. Well, the grandpa was diddling all 3 of the kids, you know, and no one said anything. And I know those parents had to know, you know, like, and that's what makes me mad, because I'm like, pedophilia is everywhere. It is everywhere. And the more people try to make it, oh, it's just these weird teachers. It's just this. It's just youth pastors. It's just that. I'm like, no, it is everywhere. And it needs to be called out as soon as possible. And it just makes me mad. Because it ruins a person. When your sexuality gets ruined, it's so
bad.
It's bad.
Because some people end up on a bunch of drugs and hormonal pills, and you know,
most of them turn into monsters themselves too. Happens a lot. You know, it's a cycle. Because they were like, oh, it's normal to be introduced to sex this way with an older person telling you about it. Like they think that's normal in a way. And so and that's why I think where we are with the fucking crazy shit that's going on, these stupid drag people, because I've always loved drag. All my older drag friends are super cool, but these like younger ones, it's like they got diddled.
It's okay. No,
you don't show kids that shit. You don't show kids that shit. I'm sorry. Like I love it when I go out with my girlfriends and watch drag shows. That's super fun. Why do you need to show kids that shit?
no, yeah. I mean, it's like that one drag queen released a video and she's like, look, like this is not a place for kids. Like just period. I've only been to a drag show in Vegas. And then like been around drag queens when I was young in Vegas. And yeah, like I thought it was funny. Like I thought they were hilarious and shit like that. Like, but it's you know,
it's raunchy humor. It's adult fun. Yeah. It's like
these
women that are who are these women taking their kids to it too? It's like, why don't you bitches just go out and have a fun drag night, just you guys together, and not bring your fucking kids? Like, what is that all about? I don't get it.
Suburban life, man. That shit. Like, there's not really a lot of like drag queen shows you could go to around here. So like, I don't know, dude. It's like they're just trying to incorporate it in normal life, and it's
I already flexed first shot. Sorry. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, and they say like kids need to be. I'm like, no, I didn't know about drag kings or queens till I was older, and that's fine. My life didn't change because of it. Like, it's fine. It's raunchy, fun humor. As an adult, you go. It's like silly. They act like strippers. It's fun, but as I say this as an attention whore, especially. I'm an attention whore. I'm like, how much attention do you need that you need a kid's attention too? You're already like doing these shows all the time. Like you need kids to see you do these shows. Come on. Like, come on.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's, yeah. And I mean, I think some of these like weirdo like teachers and shit that you see are like, whether parents want to admit it or not, it's a result of like overly conservative parents.
And they were probably abused by pastors and shit, and now it's the next cycle.
Yeah, and I think they're very obsessed about gender roles and stuff. Like my
parents, the 90s, the conservatives were so crazy in the 90s. It's like
and like my parents weren't like that. Like I told you about my mom. Like my mom was a rebel back in the 50s. Like my mom almost married a mobster. My mom dated greasers and shit like that. And like my mom and dad just they sheltered me some, but they didn't shelter me completely.
Right.
Well, and plus they owned a convenience store, and when your parents own a convenience store, like you meet a lot of different people. Like the way I looked at Black people was not the way like a lot of my friends looked at Black people. Like they saw Black people as like gangbangers and stuff, because like kind of in the 90s, that whole thing was getting really strong with like Boys in the Hood and NWA and all that, but like at my parents' store, like I saw blue collared Black men. I saw salesmen,
the community. They're part of the community.
Black, so I didn't see people that way, which is something that I would love to like try and explain to white conservatives. Like, you don't want to admit that you're sheltered, but you are very sheltered people, like yeah, like did you see all the shit happening with like Maj Touré and Matt Walsh? Did you catch?
I didn't see the actual fight. No. What was it about? Reparations?
No. I guess like I didn't see like exactly what started it, because I wasn't on Twitter while I was on. I just hadn't checked Twitter.
What?
How dare I not check Twitter?
You have to check it every minute of every hour of every day.
Well, like I guess Matt Walsh like brought up the whole like Black people weren't the only people that were enslaved and blah 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 blah. And like, I can understand that point to a certain extent. Like, when there's far leftists, like, oh, white supremacy and Europeans, it's always been about them and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, no. Throughout the world, throughout history, no. But if you talk about our country, if you want to ignore the fact that even after our government freed black people, they still weren't free.
Jim Crow laws and shit.
And if you really think about it, like, it wasn't that long ago that all that happened. And one of the things that Maj Touré has pointed out, and he pointed this out during the Black Lives Matter movement, was that we're not dealing with the 1950s racism that your parents dealt with. Like, there's a different type of racism in the air that needs to be dealt with. But a lot of people are focused on like old school type racism. But I think a lot of conservatives are very, very blind to like what can happen to black people when it comes to police or being in a white community. Adam and I had a friend, and he lived right up the road here, and he lived in these nice ass fucking, are those apartments or
luxury apartments?
Luxury apartments.
Still couldn't afford.
He was in the Navy. He's a fucking good fucking dude. When we would go out, he would have what, maybe 2 drinks.
Well, yeah,
Was he buff and hot?
So he was like my height, but yeah, he was like buff. He was a good looking.
Did he fly airplanes? Because those people are short. I don't know.
No, he was a naval officer, right, honey?
Oh.
Yeah.
So we would all go to the same bar, and then he would turn out, and he would get pulled over all the fucking time. And he would say, like, it's your best bet to be cool. But the fact of the matter is Adam and I never got fucking pulled over.
And I was way drunk.
Yeah, there's truth to that.
Never got fucking pulled over. So, he would say, like, play it cool. But at the same time, like, yeah, dude, if you don't fucking think that shit happens to people and that there are some people that are going to lose their shit over it, you're fucking stupid. You're living in goddamn la fucking land if you don't think that black people still don't get racially profiled. I'm not saying that bad things don't happen to white people by cops.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying. And I get what Maj Touré is saying. Like, your fucking messaging sucks. Like, it sucks. Like, as much as you don't want to admit it, like, you should care about the urban community's vote, and you don't. And like another thing,
and he like really puts his mouth where the money where the mouth is. He actually is in the communities.
He puts his money where his mouth is. Like,
yeah,
he really does. Like, he gets out there, he talks to people,
He teaches them too.
And then like there was a dude, Cash Kelly. I think he's in jail for the January 6th stuff now. But like, he was talking to a black kid, and this black kid talked about like all of his white friends could do anything, go anywhere in their neighborhood and never got pulled over. But him, it was just always getting pulled over. And like, whether people want to believe that happens or not, like, it happens. And then another thing that bothers me about conservatives is like, and this is just my opinion, if I went to Matt Walsh and I said, do you think what you're doing for your family, the money you make, the way you're raising your children, do you think that will affect generations of your family? They would probably say yeah, because they talk about that a lot. Like, good families breed good families. It happens. So why don't you understand that the way we treated black people, like, that's going to have generational effects on people? Now, am I saying that gives you a right to be a fucking gangbanger and just shoot at a house that kills a little fucking baby. No, that's not what I'm fucking saying. What I'm saying is there are generational effects specifically because of what our government did to the Black community. You can deny it all day long, but like Ron Paul, like he talks about it. You know, he'll talk about like the drug wars, the effects, and Rand Paul talks about it. Rand Paul has called out the Republican Party for saying like we're supposed to be the party of family and keeping families together. Well, when you throw a fucking dude in jail for like weed or these basic things that many white parents are out there doing, and then you separate these families, you tear them apart, like that has effect. But there's too many people that have this outlook that like anybody who deals drugs and they're Black and they own a gun, they must be a gangbanger. Well, that's just false. Can you say maybe most of the time that's the truth? Yeah, maybe.
In the inner city, maybe, or like in specific areas, but
that's just not always the way it is. And I think conservatives are so bad at messaging. I think they are more obsessed with owning the left than they are about liberty.
yeah,
and
sorry, go ahead.
Like, and I think perception matters. So if you grow up in the suburbs or rural areas, like you can go off somewhere and you can smoke weed, do drugs, drink, and you're probably not going to get caught by the cops because you're just off in the middle of nowhere, you know? But when you grow up in the city, like that shit's harder to do. So if you're like just chilling with your friends, like trying to sneak a joint away from your parents outside and the cops roll up, like you're going to get fucking busted. And that's just stupid to me. And then people will just immediately be like, oh, they're losers or gangbangers. And it's like, your white kids are off doing the same fucking shit. You know how many fucking kids I went to school with that came from the goody families, and they would smoke weed and get drunk. Like, there's a chick that I was friends with on Facebook, and I even met up with her at one point. She came to my house, and it's like, I mean, I'm not knocking at her, like, good for you. You have a great family. You're all religious and blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you something. The stories I could tell about that girl at fucking parties are ridiculous. Like, I never did shit like that. Never did shit like that. And I did not come from a home that was all strict conservative church and everything. And yes, sometimes, like, they really do stay like good kids, but I just think a lot of people don't realize how bad their kids actually are. Like there's some things you could tell me I would be shocked if my kid did, but a lot of things I'm like, well, you know.
It's just not as shocking.
They're kids. You know?
That's why I laughed at my parents, because like the bad things I did was I didn't clean my bathroom one week, or like I put something wrong in the drawer. Like, so stupid. First shot, I don't have any tattoos, by the way, at all. No, and the whole thing, especially with the Black community, used to be more conservative anyways. Or like, you know, it was about family, and the government fucked that shit up. So
yeah, so instead of attacking them and telling them like, oh, you're so horrible, you're so this, and like trying to own them, try and show compassion and be like, okay, like, and talk about the government and what they've done to people, what they did to your community that have had effects for generations, and then get into, so wouldn't you like these people off your back? You know, like, but no, I mean, and I like how the Daily Wire is like making movies and stuff. I do think that's good. I think that's seeing a problem with today's culture and doing something about it. Like, I would like more wholesome stuff to watch with my kids. you know, and I'm not an uptight mom, but I don't think everything has to be about gay, trans, black, white, you know, white people are this, white people are that. Like, I don't think that shit needs to be shoved down my kid's throat. I don't. Like, at one
Right.
point, my daughter said to me, and it was like, this was a time where, like, she didn't have a phone. She was allowed on the tablet, but she saw like some fucking commercial, and she said it made her feel bad to be white because she was like, you know, our people did this to, you know, other people, and like she has friends that are black, you know, so like she felt bad, and I'm like, well, first of all, our family's always been poor.
You're like, we didn't own any plantations. Okay.
Like, you know, maybe my one aunt who was married into my family, like they definitely probably owned slaves, like, but that's not in our family tree. Yeah, like my grandma's family was really poor. Same with my dad.
Do you want to keep going? I gotta pee. You want to keep going?
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, everybody. She can't see the chat, but everyone in the chat. I'm throwing out all these beers.
So hi everybody. I'm so glad Adam invited everybody to our vow renewal. Should I smoke a cigarette? No, I probably shouldn't, but I probably will. That's fast for me. Yep. I need to find a way I can see the chat. Honey, are you still in here? Probably put the boy to bed soon, huh? You put the boy to bed. I'll come and give him a kiss tonight. I ain't carrying him up the steps tonight. That would be bad. Oh, is Paul still in here? Well, hopefully he is. So, Paul, we're gonna get a second pair of headsets, and then we need to figure out what's going on with Adam's phone because he's getting like static on his phone when he live stream with you guys. We're gonna try and get a second, and then we can all live stream together. That'll be so much fun! Yay! Sports mommy takes a long time to pee. You know why I don't? Because I go to concerts. Concerts teach you how to pee fast. I learned that shit real quick. I was real young when I started going to concerts with chaperones. But yeah, you want to pee fast in those types of places. Oh, here she is.
Do I look okay without glasses, or should I keep them on? What do you think?
I'm like blind as a bat. You
I
look
like.
cool. Are you like good at doing makeup and stuff, or are you just good at doing your makeup?
I just don't do a lot of makeup, so I just wear powder. I have to draw my eyebrows in because I don't have fucking eyebrows, and then I put like a little mascara on. That's all.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I put mascara and then like blush and sauce.
Oh, you do blush?
I'm gonna let my daughter wear makeup day of the vow renewal, and I was like, I'm not doing her makeup, but I don't want her to like. I want it to be like subtle.
Yeah,
Soft.
I could do it. I could probably do it for her. Down there. All right, I'm gonna have. Are you drinking stuff?
No, I quit.
I'm gonna drink a little bit of water and then I'm gonna have one more beer. The whole thing I wear the glasses because I don't do a lot of eye makeup and I don't like how my eyes look on this camera, but whatever. Y'all can just fucking deal with it.
I need to get like a more professional setup.
You know.
But I think I want it in the basement, like away from it.
Oh, for your podcasting?
Yeah.
You set something up eventually. You set something up.
Yeah, right now I'm just worried about setting everything up for the about renewal. Getting
Which
all
don't be stressed about it. Travis, you're a family with slaves. What's your background? I don't think you're black, although you do live in Pueblo. I'm just kidding. So you probably are like maybe Mexican, or I don't know. Did they have Mexican slaves? Probably somewhere. Oh, I have to read your. Paul wants me to read the chats from when I was gone. Hold on. Alice needs to do a sparkler video for a laptop. First shot. Oh wait. And then first shot said, since they legalized medical marijuana in Ohio, haven't the local PD knocked off the charges for marijuana? They may have done. They did that in Denver.
not
Not
where
in Cleveland.
I don't know about Cleveland. Where I live, there's just thirsty ass suburban cops.
Yeah. Is that good, Paul? Any more do I need to read? Oh, and oh wait, tonight's Thursday. And you're gonna go on Saturday, right? With them.
Yeah. I get to hang with my bestie. Adam, I'm super excited about it.
Are you and Adam gonna go on?
Yeah. So when I hit, like, there's times where me and her hang out and it doesn't get too crazy, but this is totally like do some drinking later. And like, dude, her family can fucking drink, dude. Like, nobody I've ever met in my life, these people fucking drink.
Are they Irish?
No. So she's black and Puerto Rican.
That girl. Okay. Your bestie.
Yeah. And like, her dad's black, her mom's Puerto Rican, but her mom doesn't drink. What's weird is I'm closer to her parents' age than I am her age.
That's sweet though. And like, this is who like Adam's kind of protective of and stuff, right?
Yeah, like it was like I mean, I guess most friendships are accidental in a way, but yeah, like we talked, but you know, she's like our neighbor's daughter and stuff, and then she ended up having a kid, and then my daughter would be like out the window, she'd be like, "Can we come over to play?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, come on over, just bring your mom." And I'd be like, "Oh my god, I was hanging out with people." But then like we had a few drinks together, and I'm like, "This bitch is cool as fuck." Like the one night she was talking about like celebrities and the Illuminati, and she's not political or anything like that, dude. She just has a natural distrust and that kind of shit, you know?
Good.
Yeah.
She's not brainwashed.
No. No.
Which happened. Like that really does, especially over the last 2 years, like Facebook and shit really did brainwash people, especially Facebook. Hey Brady, thank you. He says we're awesome.
Yeah. Facebook, man, like that's one of the reasons I stopped going on is just like it's crazy. Like the way people talk on it's completely different than Twitter in the aspect that
You're fed shit on Facebook too.
Well, like with Twitter, you get a lot of information pretty quick. Like I'll go on Twitter and like something will happen, and then it'll be up on Facebook like a week later.
Right?
If it even shows up at all.
Yeah.
Like all the stuff with Hunter Biden that was never there. You know, like with the 2020 election, like I would see people say stuff, and I'm like, I mean, you didn't see this, like you didn't see that. Like,
we're smarter on Twitter. We're much smarter on Twitter, in my opinion. I
agree.
Keep talking. My light's too bright. My face is too shiny, and it's bugging me.
Your face isn't even shiny.
Oops. There we go. It's super shiny because it's a big old shiny forehead and shit. It's fine. I mean, I know I'm still pretty, but like, did you like my video today where I'm like, of course, why do I want attention? Because it feels good. Like, whatever. Like, duh. I block those type of people too, where I'm like, just don't even. We have good vibes only here.
As long as you're not like a fucking weirdo about it, like, I don't know. Like, I like attention. Like, I like it when Adam wants attention to me.
Every human does when they're like, I remember like, because I've been on the internet getting attention for a long time, and people would say shit, and I'm like, you don't like having attention, or like, yes, you do. It's you do. Maybe it's stupid that it became technological and blah blah blah, but like, fuck you, man.
I definitely think a lot of people have come really narcissistic.
That is true. That is true. And I have narcissistic tendencies, but I keep it in check. So,
like, I think what is cool about you is, well, it's the same thing that's cool about me.
Yeah,
like,
tell me what's cool about me.
Like, you're good looking, but you're just not a dumb broad. Like, you're fun. You're logical when you need to be. You don't judge people. You don't freak out about like just stupid shit, like so many fucking people do that. And then there's just like, I see so many fucking like MAGA chicks, and they'll be like, MAGA, but they don't really have anything interesting to say. Like, are they good looking? Yeah, you're good looking, but you're typical.
Right, you can play off you can do the whole thing looking hot, but there has to be something else to you. Like, there has to be more to it. I think that's why I've been so successful online, because it's like, yeah, I'll post a sexy picture, but there's more to me, there's just more to me.
Yeah, like, I think a lot of those girls wouldn't be able to hold down like live streams. I don't think, you know what I mean? Like Chrissy Mayer, like, very, very beautiful, but like, she has like funny, interesting things to say. She's not a photocopy print of Republican, Democrat, and like a lot of people have become that way. And I try so hard not to judge people. Like, oh, you're Republican, you must be this. Oh, you're Democrat, you must be this. But there's so many NPCs out there. It's crazy. Like, do you not have like one original thought in your head?
It's true.
One fucking
no, it's true though. That's true. You have to have original thoughts. You have to just be you. Like, everyone will sometimes take on a role or whatever, but like, if people can tell when it's fake, they can tell when you're just being like, oh wait.
Yeah, and I mean, for the most part, that's what I love about the like libertarian, liberty-minded community, is it's not all the same types of people. You have so many different types of people just saying, if that's it, then yeah.
Jerry, love you.
Love you too, honey.
Is he getting more booze?
Quit
Look at that
showing your
booty. Wait, no, he did that on purpose.
Totally did that on purpose. Dirty turkey. These dirty turkeys. No, we have plenty of booze.
Oh, okay, good. I kind of do.
No,
but...
like, I need to like fucking start getting liquor for this fucking vow renewal. Yeah, I actually have a lot to do.
Just start doing little bits. Like, yeah, go get 2 big bottles of liquor.
Like, let me tell you. Okay, so the fridge broke, and it was like, okay, like, I don't freak out. Like, I was like, oh, this sucks, but I don't freak out about that kind of shit. Like, it'll work itself out, is my attitude towards that kind of shit. So, like, we were making lists, we came up with the cost, we were doing all this stuff, and then fucking Friday happened, and I have not been able to get back with it since. It's funny, because the week before that, I told Adam, I'm like, dude, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me, but like, I might have to pull a Doug and like quit drinking or something because I'm not thinking the way I normally think. Like, I'm like, I don't know what's going on with me. And then Friday happened, and I'm like, God damn it. And then this week I've just been like all out of it. But I don't know. I'm excited because Saturday I'll see my friend, and she's a big part of the vow renewal. And it was funny because Adam says to me, he's like, I'm not gonna get drunk this Saturday, and I'm like, well, good, because you're my designated driver.
You're the DD, baby.
And he's like, I forgot about that. Like, keep making me want to burp. I need to burp. Mine was like so little.
I'm drinking beer, so it's all like,
All that carbonation there.
Yeah.
But he was like, well, like when you two get together, like it's just like, he's like, you're not going to leave it. And I'm like, yeah. And like, don't fucking come at me with it's time to go.
I hate that. I hate that every time. I hate that. It's good. We probably should start going through that. And it makes you so sad. It's like then they just hate you. You're like, you get sad, and it's like, okay.
Yeah. So I'm like, don't fucking do that. Like, we have to plan like shit for the vow, like, because there's like all this like little shit that we haven't planned, and like my best friend's gonna be a part of the wedding, and I'm like we need to figure this shit out. Like, it's only like a month and a half away. But yeah,
You'll get it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, and like my best friend's dad is supposed to start the ceremony with a prayer and shit. So like we have to talk to him and make sure he's still gonna do that, because like he's supposed to like start our ceremony.
Make sure you're still available.
Yeah, like so yeah.
It'll be fine. You'll figure it out. And sometimes when like things are like, I don't know, fly by the seat of the pants, it kind of works out too,
Yeah,
I
and I think like I don't know. Everything I'm like, yes. And then I found out today that my other cousin's coming, so I'm pretty excited about. Like I used to see all them like not all the time, but I would see them like a few times a year, and I haven't seen some of them. No, I haven't seen any of them but two for over 3 years since my dad died.
Damn.
Seen any of them. So like I'm really excited to see them. I'm really
little family reunion-ish.
Yeah, and they all love to dance too.
Oh, good.
They all love to dance. So I think I'm like earlier in the night we'll play like more oldies type stuff, and then like later I'm like play some more crunk shit.
Do you like oldies and then go in like to 80s and then get out the like.
Yeah, like even most of them like they like, why are my headsets so weird? Oh, that's why.
What? Were they falling off?
Ever since Adam wore them, I can't like get them back.
You can adjust them.
I have been adjusting them. It's like a car seat. I can't get
Sibley said he's been out of commission on Sundays, every Sunday, because of their show on Saturdays, obviously.
Well, I'm going to be on there next week.
I'm going to watch, bitches. I'm going to watch. The last time I didn't get to watch, I watched a little bit later Adam's when he was on, but I was on that other one that night, and I was getting, oh, shit, I got fucked up. Woo!
Right. I'm going to fucking pee again, dude. I don't even know. Maybe my second drink I might take another shot. I don't fucking care.
But it's Thursday. Shit, you'll be fine tomorrow. It's all good.
Yeah. Mom used to like burp the best burps, and my dad would be like,
I love it.
never been at the dinner table, like either one. But like even like my mom, dude, like She was great, man. She was awesome. I'll never forget the time. I don't know what me and Adam were talking about we were going to do. And she's like, listen, our family may not have a ton of class, but we have some class.
Oh, shit. That's what matters. That's what matters. You do need to take a shot. You should definitely take another shot.
Oh my
God. Shot.
So when Adam and I got married, like, I don't know where to have it, but like somebody was supposed to have a bottle of liquor and then we didn't have it. So my sisters had, because we were all going to take a shot. We have pictures of it and shit too. Like, so my sisters go and they get shots for us. And I took a shot before we got married. And then I was talking to my best friend today and I'm like, you know what? Well, first I said, I better look fucking pretty that day. If I don't look pretty that day, I'm not coming out. And I need to take at least one shot before I walk out there into the ceremony. I'm like, I did at my actual wedding, so I need to do it there because, like, I was pretty much okay. I was still nervous, but I was okay. She's like, I could totally help with both.
Yeah.
I'll make you pretty. I'll get you shots.
Just a little couple of shots to loosen it up, you know. I don't know.
Well, the house is going to be like, the house is going to be closed off for like me, you, and a few of my girlfriends.
Yeah, don't let like people come in and out.
Yeah, like unless one of my like elderly cousins in their 50s have to pee.
Are you guys getting a you should get a porta potty.
Okay, so we thought about it, and then Adam's like, well, it's going to have to be set up here. It's going to have to be there. And I'm like, okay, can you just hang up like a couple curtains in the backyard for me to pee?
You're like, I pee back there anyways, so what the fuck? Who cares?
Right? Like, I was like, oh my God, dude. He's like, yeah, like, they're going to have to do this, and they're going to have to set up there. I'm like, damn, like, because I thought we could just have it in the back where the tent's going to be and shit. But no, you can't do that. Like, it has to be like up by your driveway and shit. So like my thought is there's only gonna be a couple hours of daylight. Like it's gonna get to the point where boys aren't allowed to use the bathroom.
Just pee in the bushes, bitches.
Yeah, I mean the sad thing is I pee by the wood pile a lot, like not on the wood and it goes down away from the wood. But if I do that at the vow renewal, it would go right onto the dance floor.
Okay, so no peeing by the wood pile.
No peeing by the wood pile. We don't want to pee on the dance floor. That wouldn't be sexy at all.
No. Someone would slip. It's just, yeah, not good. Not good.
Oh.
Are you going to pee?
No. If I remember, I'll tell you later what I almost just did.
Oh, okay. What? Did you almost just pee here? Shit,
No.
Alex.
Did you know that like women singers pee on stage a lot? Like it happens a lot.
Like while they're dancing or?
Like, yeah, while they're giving concerts and shit. Like, so it happened to Fergie from the Black Eyed Peas, but like the pants she had on, it's shown through. But then I found out, I was reading about it today, like that happens a lot. Like Shania Twain was talking about it. She's like, I mean, yeah, like.
Do they wear the Depends underwear or something to help?
Yeah, so like a lot of girls will wear like a pads or something like that, and they wear like darker clothes. And I'm like, oh, I always thought she'd wear the leather pants because she's good enough. Sure, that's part of the reason why that was too. But yeah, it happens a lot. And then I was thinking about it, I'm like, for real, I can't even get through a live stream without peeing like 25
times. I need to let the dog out. Are you gonna pee right now too? Or are you gonna stay?
Yeah, I'll pee real quick.
Everybody, sorry, it's gonna be blank.
Yeah, well, we need the Jeopardy music.
I'm back, everybody. I'm opening the windows because it's so nice.
Welcome to Pistachio. How we doing today? Gotta go.
There's Tanner. Stoner, are you here? Here's Tanner. Hi, hi. Thank y'all for hanging with us. I know we're ridiculous. I put my hair up. It's really nice out. It didn't cool off though too much here at 7,000 feet above sea level. Stoner, is it hot up by you? What's the temperature up there up in North Colorado? Hold on, Alice. I don't have my headphones on yet. I'm doing my hair. Doing my messy. This is my Karen hair. Everyone says I look like Karen whenever. I put Tanner on the screen for a minute before I went over there. He's really cute. He's old as fuck though. What?
This is my strongest drink yet.
Oh boy, how much did you put in?
I don't know. It's really strong.
It's just vodka. Like vodka's fine.
And it's very so. Even when you do get that, it's not bad.
No, it's clear. It's fine. It's even better than tequila.
Yeah, it's not like Mr. Furley. Did you ever watch Three's Company?
Yes.
Mr. Furley, when you would take a shot.
Do you know what drink I used to love? When I would go out and dance before the gay club barred me from going dancing because I didn't have a fucking vaccine, which I wonder if they're checking for the monkeypox vaccine. I don't fucking think they are. The gay club.
They're not.
Fuck you. Sorry. Anyways, what was I going to say? Oh, I loved, there's blueberry. Did you ever have Red Bull vodka? It's like a.
No, but I used to drink the Jaeger bombs. And then I puked one up and I found out my heart was kind of weird. And I'm like, I probably shouldn't do those anymore.
No, yeah, I don't like Jaeger.
Red Bull and vodka.
I love a Red Bull vodka. But they have blueberry Red Bull with vodka. I like that drink. But my heart's weird too.
Drink that you want when you come here?
No, I'll be fine with just beers and some tequila shots when I'm out there because I don't want to get too fucked up either. And I won't be drinking as much out there because I won't be doing drugs and stuff either, so it'll be fine. Like I'll just be normal. I won't even get
some stuff.
What?
You say you won't be.
I won't. If it's not there, I won't do it, and that's what I do. That's why I need sober October, bitches. That's the problem. It's like some stuff makes you drink more, but whatever. Whatever. You know what? We went through COVID and it was fucking hard and stupid. And I don't anymore. I'm like, I'm fine. It's all good.
Well, you'll be a little bit behind too because of the time change.
I'll be a little tired. Yeah, you're 2 hours ahead.
Normal woman. I'm probably going to have to fucking take a melatonin that night because I wouldn't be so like, because
the night before?
Yeah, because I've never had this many fucking people at my house before.
You'll be fine because I'm gonna try and come. I haven't bought my ticket yet, but I'm gonna try and come in the Friday night. And I'm like, I really am so calming to be around. Like I'm so calm. Like you'll absorb my calmness and my chillness, and you'll love it.
Yeah.
Pod.
Totally my first time to, yeah, like whatever day you need to come in and leave that's cheapest. I don't fucking care. I mean, I homeschool my kids. It's not like
I know. I don't want to be a hassle on y'all though, but
you
it
have.
might end up being cheaper if I come like Thursday, leave Sun. I need to look.
Oh my god, if you came Thursday, that probably would relax me.
Because we could get a lot done Thursday night too.
Yeah, like so like we're gonna put up like a couple picture boards. Like one's gonna say living our best life together. And then the other one's gonna say every mile a memory, which our wedding rings are both engraved with.
Aww.
Yeah. So like there's like a lot to fucking do that week, and I'm just like, ugh. Yeah, the one night I was playing with fucking Savannah, and I looked at Adam, and I'm like, you know what Hex can do on Saturday when he's here is just play with fucking Savannah, calm her the fuck down before all these people come here. Like oh my god, dude, like
I'm good at playing with kids too. Well, that sounded weird, but like I'm very imaginative, and I'm like, whatever you want to do, it's fun. I'm down. We'll tire her out. And Grayson will need to be tired out too, don't you think? Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I'll be back. Can you hear me? Okay, here I am. I'm back. Sorry, everybody. I'm back. This fucking tablet thing.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like Grayson will like it'll probably be a lot for him to be like around that many people and shit like that. So like eventually like Adam will probably just give him his fucking phone and tell him to go inside.
And like might go to bed.
Yeah. Like Scarlett's friend might be here that night. We'll see.
Okay. All right. So if I come in, sorry, I'm looking at flights right now. No, what do we? And we maybe like, or if I come in, I could take her and do something fun. I don't know. I'm totally auntie. Like that is I'm an auntie for sure. So
I used to be an auntie. I used to be really good at it.
Oh shit! There's actually some cheap flights on Thursday if I come in early on Thursday.
There you go.
But would you be able to pick me up from the airport, or does only Adam have a car? Do you have a car?
No, I don't have a car, and we're selling our minivan.
I get it.
Yeah, that's not even worth it. I'll tell you,
they're expensive.
Depending on how long we go, and like, well, even no matter how long we go, when we go, we can go private for a few minutes, and I'll tell you a big old secret about me.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
but yeah, Adam has already said whatever you need when you come here, he will make sure you have, and he will, yeah.
But he'll be working all day Thursday though, right? Probably.
Yeah, but he can even go off any time he needs to. See, people, make yourself fucking valuable at companies.
And they don't care when you do shit then. They're fine.
Yeah. Make yourself a valuable worker. And then, like, when I worked at Burger King, my shift was Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, set schedule. When I became a manager, it was 5 to 2, set schedule, Monday through Friday. And my boss never fucking changed that shit because I was a valuable worker. Everybody had different shifts, different this, different that, and I didn't, besides like 2 other women that worked there that were very valuable workers. Like, make yourself a valuable fucking worker, and then your boss don't give a shit. That's how it goes.
It's that easy.
Yeah. But you know what's funny is like how like Adam was like, whatever Forest Mommy needs when she comes, I will make sure she has it. Like,
I'm very low maintenance. It would be nice if I didn't have to pay for an Uber from the airport, but if I have to, I have to. That'd be the only thing I'd like want to save money on. But
you won't have to pay for an Uber from the airport.
Well, I found there's a really cheap flight that comes in Thursday, but it comes in at like 1. But I could wait at the airport for a while if I need to, and then
Adam listening, like that'll be totally fine.
He's texting or he's in the chat. So, what hasn't stopped in Colorado, Travis? No, I'm sorry, Alice. I haven't been keeping up with these freaks in the chat.
I know. I need a better setup.
Even if you just get like a little tablet, that's all I use. Is just like a little mini computer.
A chat and stuff.
Sometimes you kind of can from the phone, but it's so small, it's not worth it. Then you can't see yourself.
It's when I hit the chat button, I end up not being able to hear you.
Oh, okay.
Like, I don't know why it happens, but yeah. But I was gonna say, like, that's another thing, like, stupid women get jealous about. Like, I don't look at that as like, and I'm being like, oh, whatever Forest Mommy wants, she gets when she's here. No, I look at it like, this is your friend, or our friend, whatever. Like, even if like you two never talked at all, like you would be like, this is your friend, and I'm gonna make sure that she's accommodated when she's here. Like,
he's a giving dude, and you know that. It's about being just a giving guy, not. Yeah, you have nothing to worry about, babe. That's why I was laughing, because that whole, like, I don't know if there was all these people going off. They're like, oh my God, swingers leads to fucking pedophiles and all this shit. And I'm like, no. No. First of all, no. Second of all, I'm like, A, they're not stealing your wives. Half of them, I think, were just afraid they're going to get their wives stolen or some shit. But, like, people who are in confident relationships don't fucking even think. You don't even fucking think like. Your mind doesn't, like, think like that, you know? When you're, like.
The only time I got mad at swingers that we met is because, like, yeah, like.
They're pushy.
They were pushy.
Yeah.
But of other swingers I met, like, they were like not like that. Well, I guess you could say one kind of was.
They'd be open. They're like, I'll still be open to it, but I won't be pushing you. I get mad though, because a lot of them will be on the like dating apps as couples, and they're trying to groom single women into being into that. And I'm like, stop. You can actually find single women who are already into this shit. Go find people who are already into this shit. You don't have to try to push people into it. That's what I get so mad about. I'm like, stop. Oh, let's see. Looking at what is that? Oh, the chats.
Why are you giving this to me?
So you can see the chats. First shot, of course you would drive 2 hours. Why would you fly 2 hours? That'd be stupid. I wish I could drive. I still have to figure it out too, because we might be going to Wisconsin like right before or right after. So I might have to fly from. I got to figure it out. We have to figure our shit out. Oh, because my family's everything's up in the air here too, because my brother-in-law who got the lymphoma. So now my parents, our whole plan was to go up to Wisconsin in September, but now they're going to come back here to spend time with my brother-in-law. So like, I don't fucking know about anything. So it's all crazy. My family's a nut. They're all nut.
Here, September 17th.
First shot's like, maybe I should pick Forest Mommy up. No, you little pervert. Your wife doesn't even know about us. Come on. Can't do that.
Like, first shot, like, I know I asked you this before, and I was probably as drunk as I am now, but like, your wife really doesn't know that, like, you talk to all of us. Like, I don't know. Like,
How? It's all night, every night he's on with people. Like, how does she not know? Does he have earphones in?
I guess part of me is just like curious what his wife is like, and
Well, she's the breadwinner. I know that much. So maybe she's just too busy. Maybe she's just too busy and can't pay attention. What'd you do?
I almost killed a lightning bug. I didn't mean to, guys.
Oh, you guys have lightning bugs. I'm so jealous.
Oh, they're so cute at night, like, because you can see them all, like, flickering in the backyard.
Yeah. There's a couple places in Colorado that they're at the nudie hot springs I go to. There's lightning bugs there in the summer because it's hot enough there, and it's amazing. It's the coolest thing, but they're not in Colorado. There's some parts of Colorado they have them, but no, Adam. Adam said, at the same time your wife wakes up, I would probably drive to her. I don't know what they're talking about. I'm not even that fucked up. Even after I'm on my fucking 5th beer. That's the problem. My tolerance is too stupid right now. I need to chill that shit out.
Did you just say you were on your 2nd, 5th beer?
I said I'm on my 5th beer, not my 2nd, 5th beer. But that would be a good way to say it. Be like, no. I'm on my 2nd, 10th beer. It's no big deal. No, and at your party, I won't even get drunk because you guys are a lower elevation anyway. So it would take so much for me to get drunk down there. So,
like, my thing is like, yeah, I want to get drunk and stuff, but like, I want to stay up as late as I can. I want to enjoy it. Because, like, okay, yeah, like when you get married, like it all closes down at a certain time. Like ours closed at midnight. Like we went to a bar and stuff afterwards, and that was cool. But it's like we're gonna have a dance floor with whatever music we want for a whole fucking night, dude. For a whole fucking night, we're gonna have a dance floor. All the music we want to play, like it's gonna, oh my god, this would be so fucking awesome. I can't fucking wait.
First Shot didn't answer our questions about how she doesn't know. You must have earphones in or something. I don't know. How does she not know?
Well,
but maybe she's like the typical, like when men were breadwinner, they like ignore what's going on at home. That's kind of this Mr. Forrest mind me a little bit. He just has to come home and like decompress and watch shit on TV or whatever, And so like I'm just doing my thing. He does his thing. So maybe it's like that. But I know they have kids too. So, First Shot, I was going to ask you because I know one of his daughters is diabetic, and today I had I'm not diabetic at all, but I will sometimes have weird blood sugar issues. I can tell, like it's a spike or a drop or something.
But
what?
Eat a spoonful of peanut butter.
Well, yeah, like I can tell when my body's going into these things. It's weird but like I'm like, I wonder if that's what diabetic people feel like all the time. Like I just rarely have these things, but I had one today where I was like, holy shit, why am I having this? And then I figured, I ate food and I was all good, but it'll be weird to feel like that all the time because you feel like, and I faint easy too anyways. But yeah, I will faint sometimes. Like, no, I just faint easy. But like, it's the blood sugar thing is really a weird feeling. And so that like my brain will kind of stop working correctly. And then I'm sweating a little bit. And then I'm like, I feel like I'm on the verge of passing out a little bit, like, I'm like, is this what diabetic people feel like all the time? I don't know. I've had I had one where like, it was weird. It's weird when your body does shit,
Yeah, I pass out a lot.
I pass out too. If I stand up too fast or if I bend over a chair or like bend over my back, I'll pass out.
No, like
or from beer, you'll pass out.
I'll straight up, like everything's fine and pass the fuck out. I haven't done that in years, but Adam and I were in Arizona, and have you ever traveled through like Arizona, New Mexico, like and gone through like so we stopped at all these like smaller little gift shops and stuff, like because there's like shit made there from like actual like Native Americans and like there's just cool shit there.
Yeah.
I was talking to this lady, and I remember her saying, like, "Oh, where did you guys, come from, or where are you guys from?" And I'm like, "Ohio." And then the next thing I remember is I'm on the floor and I'm looking up, and there's like these two old Indian ladies and Adam looking at me. Like everything was fine, and I was like,
Ow. Do you like come back from it, or do you feel really sick after it?
no, I feel pretty fucked up after it for a while. Like, I mean, I've been okay. The last time I passed out was about 60 years ago after I had Grayson. So, yeah, but yeah, like once in a while, like I'll get a little, but yeah, like that used to happen to me quite a bit. And it was because of Grace being pregnant with Grayson that like we figured out like I have really bad heart palpitations. Like they like looked at me like I was like an anomaly, like some kind of enigma. Like they couldn't believe that like I was
You're
like,
alive. You should be dead.
like nurses and doctors would be like, "You don't feel that?" And I'm like, "No."
Apparently, I made my mom pass out in church one time. Like I was pushing on her aorta or some shit. She passed right out. But I was a big fat baby.
Oh,
first shot just says his wife is oblivious. That's kind of Mr. Force Mom, but he gets it too, but he's pretty oblivious to everything. It's precious. And then Adam's trying to get him to, he said, Adam said, first shot, tell her you won a weekend in Cleveland to go to the Browns game. And after the game, you get a massage with Deshaun Watson. That's that guy who got busted with them. Oh my God.
I'm so fucking pissed off at Deshaun with it.
Like, Adam, Maddie did it, or Maddie got in trouble?
He's like the dude's a pig, but like he didn't like.
They knew what they were doing. They were adults.
Yeah, like I mean, and those are the type of women that make women who have actually been sexually assaulted, raped, whatever. Like people don't want to believe them because it's like, I mean, you're not a fucking massage therapist, dude. You're being like advertised on Craigslist and shit. Did Adam put the kid to bed?
Adam, did you put the kids to bed? No, I get mad about that shit too because if they really felt so uncomfortable and shit, then you bring it up in the moment and right away. Like that's what I'm trying to. That's another culture thing. All these people like waiting for years and years. It's like fuck you. Like don't do that.
I can understand if you're a child,
right? You don't know.
When I was an older women.
Yes, you said to put the kids to bed. By the way, okay, go ahead.
I was hit on by bosses. I had one boss that I had the hots for, and he had the hots for me. And he ended up turning me down because he was like, "You're just too young." And I have young children, and it was just like as much as I want to, it just wouldn't be right. He was like, he was like, I would feel bad. But yeah, I've been hit on by male bosses, and I just say no. And that's something I've already talked to my daughter about. Like we talked about it, like with the women in Hollywood with Epstein, like there was a lot of women who turned him down, who didn't get roles, who were shunned by Hollywood, and they faced that rather than like letting this man abuse them. And now all these women who made money off of him are all like, well, yeah, like, and it's like, I don't know. It's a double-edged sword. Like the way I look at it is like, do you have the right to sleep your way to the top? Yeah, you do. But you know what you don't have the right to do is turn around later and say, oh, well, if I wouldn't have slept my way to the top, I would have never gotten to the top. And it's like, you're the type of woman that you're talking about. Like,
Right.
because you know what I mean? Like, there's women that do say no. Women that are like, it's not worth it. You know, like, I'm not going to be with you that
Call it out in the moment too, where they're like, fuck off, you know?
Yeah, and you know what else I think? I think a lot of people, like, if a woman is sexual, they expect that woman to just sleep with anybody. And that's just, but if a man is sexual, like, it's like, oh, he should just be with a certain type. But just because a woman is very, like, sexual, like, you know what I mean? Like, whether she enjoys different mates, whatever, like, that doesn't mean she wants to sleep with you, and it doesn't mean that she has to sleep with you, you fucking dirty little pig.
That's
Like,
true. Like, first shot, he probably thinks I'd sleep with him. I really am, for as like how I am so picky, and so I'm like, so I'll flirt. I'm a flirt. Like, I'll flirt with people, but I'm like, I'm pretty flirty, and Adam is pretty flirty too. Like, I would always tease him, like, when we like would go out, because he would like flirt with the waitresses. But my dad was always flirty. But you know what? Like, my dad at the end of the day was all about my mom. He was all about my mom. Like, even if my dad was healthy when my mom died, he would have never been with another woman, because my mom was just absolutely everything to that man, you know? So, like, that kind of stuff just doesn't bother me. Like, it's a type of I feel like flirting is just a type of communication, and sometimes you just get on that level with people, and you know it's not about anything more. It's just like a fun way to communicate with people in a way. I don't know.
It all means everybody wants to have sex with each other. We're all just dirty turkeys, and just I don't know.
Which even in like the crazy worlds I've been in, even I was like, because there are people who are like, it just seemed like they had a button and they could do it with anyone, anytime. And I was like, I'm not fucking like that. Like, I'm not like, no. Like, no. I just like that more for the like environment more than anything. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, who's saying what in the chat?
Oh, nothing. First shot was telling somebody his daughter has camp that week, so he can convince his wife that Forest Mommy needs him to be. He's just trying to figure out how to get her. Out of control. Everyone's out of control.
Is Paul still in here?
Yeah, Paul is still here. This dirty turkey thing. I don't know. They're talking about dirty turkeys. What is that about?
I called Paul a dirty, like, because, well, I call a lot of you dirty turkeys.
What?
Before that night that you and Doug were talking about all that butt stuff, like, going on Twitter the one day, and I looked at Emma. I was like, Emma's a bunch of dirty little turkeys. Bunch of dirty little turkeys on Twitter.
Lord.
Just doing their dirty turkey thing.
They're crazy. Everybody's crazy.
But I was going to say, Paul, the day of the actual vow renewal, Adam is he taking up some. Oh. Okay. The day of the vow renewal, Adam can just come pick you up, and then you guys can Uber back to the hotel.
For Paul?
Yeah.
Sorry, we're going on an adventure right now.
Oh, you are on an adventure. Where are you going?
I'm shutting all the doors. And I'm probably going to pee again, but I might bring you with me. Because why not? Right.
I've been peeing out the door.
It's all good.
We're gonna come here and be like, I'm not peeing out that door.
I know. Wait, what did you say?
I was like, you're gonna come here and not want to step out the back breezeway door because like that's where she fucking sits.
I don't care. I grew up in the fucking forest. I like would come home from school and pee in the forest all the time.
Away into nature by then.
It's all good. It's all good. Sorry, hold on. I should mute it while I'm actually peeing, probably, huh? It won't be a strong stream, everybody. Sorry. That's just this kind of night. You 9 fools who are watching. What was I going to say about peeing? I was going to tell you, that whole, like I said, the period poops, that shit's real. I looked it up. Like, there's a real thing where you release some hormones that, like.
Yeah, I try to explain that. I shouldn't say this. Never mind. I try to explain that to somebody in my life.
It makes you poop. It's like weird. Not weird, it's just annoying. I'm going to mute it while I flush that.
This is like the best stream ever. We're so professional.
It's just getting worse, and I keep going, maybe I should stop, but I want to keep going. I want to keep going. I'm terrible.
I had a bad week last week, so we'll just go.
Yeah, and I get that. Like, you had a really bad week.
I did. It was so nice. Like, you were texting with me and stuff during all that. And then, like, my poor... So, like, my friend and I, like, were really bad at checking text messages. And after my first text, like, she went to bed. So she woke up to all the texts that happened Friday. And she's like, what the fuck? But, yeah.
Is that the black Puerto Rican gal?
Yeah. She's so fucking pretty, man.
I know.
And she's like so much smarter and so much better. But wait, no.
Better than what?
Okay, it's like she had her first daughter when she was like 18 or 19. I would not be as good as she was. Is.
Some people are like natural, right?
Yeah, she went through some fucking tough times, man. But like, I have so much respect and admiration for her because, like, I watched so many people get like caught up in situations like hers, and like, yeah, like she was like, nah, fuck that. And she did her shit.
Some people just have it in where they know even if some bad shit happens, they just know like how to do the best of, how to come out the best way, right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think she's a lot stronger than for sure.
Than you?
Yeah.
Did you say you? Why? Why would you say that? Just for what shit she's gone through?
I don't think I could have. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, maybe she would look at me and be like, I couldn't have handled that. I don't know. But, like.
Right. Oh, actually.
Yeah, she's a very strong person. And she's fucking fun. Like, she's a lot of fun. Like, so many times I'll go to check my phone. And I'm going to take a sip of my drink in the morning. And I'll go to check my phone. She'll say something. I'm, like, spitting out my drink, cracking up at the shit that comes out of her.
I'm glad you guys are friends and met each other.
Yeah, I'm glad we're friends. Coming here so crazy.
Isn't that crazy? That's been the silver lining though with all this fucking COVID shit. It's just like, and I'll get to meet Het. Like it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, like me and Het. Yeah, like it's so crazy because like I don't even know like what the time gap is of like when I came across Hex and when I came across you. but like I came across Hex like on a Liberty thing, and he put something about Prince, and I'm like, oh, like yay Prince, and like I knew he was Liberty minded because of the thread that it was about, and he was agreeing with it, and then I clicked on his profile to see if maybe I wanted to follow him, and I'm like, oh my god, he's from Cleveland. Like, how cool is that? And then Adam telling me, like, if you follow Forest Mommy J, you should follow her. She's a crazy bitch. You'll like her. And then, yeah, I saw, like, him posting about your live stream, and I'm like, these motherfuckers live stream together on it.
Yeah, and then you were in the chat, and then you came on the first time, and now look at us. Now look at us.
It's so fucking crazy. Like, yeah, it's so wild, like, how it all works out. And, like I was, like, nervous about meeting Hex, and then, like, I don't know, like, I mean, like, 10 minutes in, I'm like, this is just so fucking cool, dude. Like, he's so...
Had you met many people off the internet before?
I've never met anybody off internet before. Ever.
It's been a normal thing in my life for a while, so it was like, it's like normal to me.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, my best friend that I talked to about, like, he was like, I mean, that's crazy, because he knew, like, that's not something I would normally do. Like, that is out of my comfort zone. And, like, I'm weird about that shit. Like, I
As
like
you should be. Like, it's kind of a little weird sometimes. Like, when I have my parties, Mr. Forest Mom is like, have you actually met these people? I'm like, well, and maybe a couple would come that I hadn't met yet, but it all worked out fine. Like, because I feel like you attract good and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it was fun.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, I mean, definitely, like, I mean, like, we wanted to meet. The only thing was like, okay, like, we should go meet Hex, like, away from the kids, like,
public space.
Whatever. And yeah,
he is black, so just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but for real, anytime you meet someone online, it should always be like that. Like, public space.
You're just gonna come and stay at my house.
Well, I feel like I said, I'm just different. I don't know. Like,
it's different. Like, I mean, we've talked how much since that,
and I have so many people that could, like, that I've met from Twitter and stuff that could, like, vouch. I'm always the one fucking hosting. Like I said, I got burned out because I was hosting so many parties at my house and stuff. But it was like, I love doing it, but it does bring you out when it's a lot, and no one else is fucking organizing shit. I'm like, hello, people. Why was I the one organizing shit? Like, you guys, we have this huge group. Why aren't you guys organizing shit? But whatever. I'm just some of us have that in us where we're the connectors, we're the bring the people together-ers and all that shit. So whatever.
You've got a lot. Like, it's gonna be wild. Like, the vow renewal with, like, you and Paul and Doug and Hex and Adam and me. Like, we're all gonna be, like, it's just gonna be wild.
It'll be fun. And I'm, like I said, I'm used to meeting people off the internet, so it's like nothing to me. It's all normal. Hey, Eternal Doorman. We still have 9 people watching us. This is 4 hours in. I mean, I can keep going. I feel good. Do you feel good?
I'm the most relaxed I've been since
Friday. Thursday.
About about 4 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I didn't wash my hands first. First shot busted me. I didn't wash my hands when we went to the bathroom.
I'm gonna die. I know how to go to the bathroom real fast from going to concerts, dude. You've been to a lot. Like,
we don't touch our genitalia. Like, we actually don't touch it.
Yeah. We like hurry up and like, yeah, like, some fucking ladies' lines are long, so be respectful. There's no chance watching right now for me to be like, be respectful, bitches.
Oh yeah, I was gonna see what my audience, if any women are actually ever watching. I feel like it's always been, and there's 10 people here now. Oh, so yeah, Tinder, it is like all those dating apps made meeting people up. I never did a dating app, but I did a swinger app. I met a lot of swingers on, but it was fun. Like I don't know, I've always loved it. I think that's why I was so good at like bringing this Forest Mommy group together and all this stuff because it's just normal to me. I mean, I met the first person off online in like 2003. I met a dude from online. He sucked. But whatever.
Or you met Mr. FM?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And that was before my ex too. So I was with my ex for like 7 years and then Mr. Forest Mommy now for 13 years. Oh,
Mr. Forest Mommy. I'm gonna make him love me.
Oh, he would love you. He would love you, especially Adam too, because he's a blue collar construction dude. So they would love each other too. So maybe I should have him. I should make him come out.
Wrestling matches together. It's not like it's gonna be beautiful. Where did you meet Mr. FM?
Yeah. Well, if you guys come out here with the fam too, that would be fun.
Yeah, like I mean, if it's cool, we can stay with you for a couple of days, and then, like you said, there's a Great Wolf Lodge, and then yeah, like I love Colorado. Like I just think, like especially like Grayson, he's 6 now, and yeah, like I so bad want to take like a 2-week trip with a family, like cross country, because I did that with my friend a couple of times, and I did with Adam, and like our stopping spot to like chill was Vegas. So I'm like, this time our stopping spot to chill could be Colorado, because there's so much there that my kids would love to do, just out in the forest and seeing all that shit. Like, oh my god, it'd be so great.
And even where I'm at here, there's all these like open spaces nearby. Like it's great. Supposedly 17% of my viewers are female. That's pretty cool. Well, 17%.
I'm gonna have to go mix another drink.
Okay.
This is what is making me think, like, how much fucking alcohol are we gonna fucking need for this? So I posted in the Facebook thing, like a week ago. I was like, okay, I posted about the time. I was like, if the actual ceremony starts at 5:30, if you can't be here by then don't come till after 6. But next I'm gonna have to post like
BYOB bitches, bring your own beer.
I'm gonna be posting something like that. But like I'm just gonna get like them little fucking baby pools, and we're gonna put ice in those, put a bunch of drinks and shit like that. Yeah, we'll figure it all out. It's gonna be fun. We need to think of like old 80s and 90s rap music to dance to. Well, Adam,
I know a bunch. When I used to go out to the gay club, they would like start with like, because the older people would be there earlier in the night, so they would do the 80s and 90s stuff. Like, oh, there's all sorts of good. What's that one? Oh, hold on.
Pump Up the Jam.
Pump Up the Jam. But there's another one. It's like I'll think of it. It's a female. I'll think of it. They're so good. There's so many good songs from then. Like, so many. Do you guys do any two-stepping or country dancing? Oops.
A little bit. And you know what else we do is the like Polish dances out here.
What's the Polish dance like?
Okay, so like it's so funny. Like do you ever see those threads like white people ask black people any questions, no judgment. Black people ask white people any questions with no judgment. And like the one time I saw like black people were like, why do y'all dance to polka? And these all these white people are like, we don't. Like, I've never danced to polka. So around here, we have like a lot of German and then Polish people around here. So yeah, like we do the chicken dance. Did you ever do the chicken dance?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then like the hokey and like yeah, like at me and Adam's wedding, like on our DVDs, like there's like dude, I used to go to my granny's house and she would just fucking sit there and listen to polka.
There's something like polka's got like there's something decent about polka. I can appreciate polka. That's up in Wisconsin. That's all they listen to. Is they have like polka festivals and shit. Do you know who else loves polka? Is Q, the big black truck driver. He loves polka too. Great.
Yeah, we'll have to do like at least some polka. Like
And show me your dances. That's for sure.
it's been a long time since I did the chicken dance or the hokey pokey, but I think I can bring it back.
And there's newer to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the left. There's that one, and then there's the wobble one. Do you know the wobble one? It's like it's really good. It is so good. It's so good.
Yeah, we're gonna like have to play like old people music, but like I'm totally cool with old people music. I'm mixing another drink. Oh wow, all the lights are off in here.
Are you taking the earphones with you?
Yeah, I'm taking the earphones with me.
All right. I can get another copyright violation, but I'm going to pull that wobble song up because I know you'll know it. I remember I learned how to dance to it at like Zumba. You know what that Zumba stuff was? Where they would dance exercise.
So huge. Everybody loved it. It's all the rage.
Because old people could do it too, so it was all sweet. Can you hear this?
All the shorties in the club, let me see you dance. Back it up,
line dance.
let me see you dance. Get low, start the ground, let me see you dance. Push it up, let me see you dance. Wobble baby, wobble baby,
Wobble baby, wobble baby.
I know that song.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
I was dancing.
Hi, are you still? Oops, I gotta turn it down. Are you still awake? You still doing good? You got another drink?
I did.
I still have some beer to finish, but let me go in the other room. Like then I can take a tablet with me when I go in the other room for a second. We go for a little. I should do this when it's daylight out so you can see how beautiful it is outside. But dumbass, I'm a dumbass.
Oh, Colorado is so beautiful. It was one of the favorite states that I visited.
I'm so thankful that my parents moved out here when I was a kid. Like I'm just so thankful about it.
Well, where were you born again?
Chicago. I was in Chicago. I know. My dad saw like how crazy it was going. I got to blow my nose, so I'm going to mute it first. No, I'm thankful that I came out here, especially. Oh, bye, Paul. Paul's leaving.
Bye, Paul.
There's still 10 people watching, which one is me on my phone, I believe.
One might be me on the laptop.
That's all right. The other people, I don't even know who they're. And then we got Stoner, Travis, and First Shot is still up. First Shot's up late. I like it.
Okay, is Stoner the one that is like on Twitter with like a stonerish name?
It's show me how the chili dog titties fart or something like that.
Stoner, I'm so excited. Tomorrow, me and my daughter are gonna watch some Jaws movies together. Because he was watching Jaws, and I'm like, oh my god, that's on TV. Because my daughter and I love we love horror movies and shit, and then like we love shark shit, yeah,
silly shit.
Yeah,
all this silly shit.
I'm excited to watch that with her.
Look how shiny it is. It's so shiny. I need to turn the light. Maybe if I turn the lights off, that would actually be better. Oh, I gotta reach over the top. Ugh, I was telling myself I wasn't gonna get too drunk tonight, but whatever. What else?
What did you tell yourself?
I wasn't gonna get too drunk tonight, but
Say, I stopped telling myself things because I
We're-
found that myself lies.
we're on an adventure tonight. It's all good.
After last week,
It's only 11:20 by you too. It's not like too super late, right?
no. Like, I mean, like, I will go to bed early at this point in my life, but at the same time, I can still just totally stay up really late.
I know.
Some nights I can do it without falling in a fire pit.
Oh my god. Or that one night when we were up super late talking, even when we went offline, like it was late. We went fucking late because it was like midnight by me.
Yeah, that was fun though. Because
Yeah,
I do have to, like, with what happened last week. You can't like talk about it on here. You know what I
Right.
mean? So like when we go private, like there's more things I can like talk about. Like
Yeah.
there's just I think certain parts of life should be kept private.
we got to talk about everything. Where all these crazy people are watching and listening, which who knows who they are? Who even knows who they are?
Right?
Although Stoner
Okay.
is in Colorado. I do know that much. What are you gonna say? Oh, you're doing froze. I thought you froze, but you're just drinking.
But I'm so happy.
Should we go private? Are you gonna be all right? Should we end the live? Oh
No,
yeah,
it's
Travis is in Colorado too.
No, oh, you know what I was thinking about? Well, Paul's not on. First shot, are you still on? He's
Yeah,
kind of
he's-
smart, right? First
I
shot's
think
kind of
he's
smart. What would be like a middle point for all of us to meet?
in America. I'd probably be better at that because I'm actually like a geography stud.
Okay, there you go, there you go. I wasn't saying you were dumb. I don't know what I was saying.
Are you sure? No, just kidding. I know you're. I would never fucking get offended. Come on.
Okay, what would be like a middle meeting point that's like somewhat cool between Grayson, go to bed. No, go to bed. Go to bed.
Probably like Missouri or St. Louis. Those aren't very cool.
Well, the town of, well, I don't know what it's like now, but the town of St. Louis was like really cute. But now, like, where would be like a cool place to get like a really big cabin somewhere? That would be cool.
Colorado. Let's just come here. Although maybe a Lake of the Ozarks or something like that. Maybe I don't know. I'm tired of sitting in this room. I gotta move. Sorry, I'm a little antsy-pantsy. I can't.
Oh my
do it
god! You know what we should start doing on, like, when we have a guest on? We should start doing
What?
a dance moment.
Oh, I'll dance right now if you want to dance. I'd be
Like-
down.
Make the guest dance. We all have to dance.
I'd be game. I bet wasn't John's. I love that we all were in our childhood homes. Like, how weird was that? That's like
That is so crazy. Yeah. And like, I would like, I don't even know if I could say our favorite guest. We've only had a few
yeah, we've only had two. But
because
probably like Monica Perez. I like her.
oh my god, she was fucking lovely, dude. And I was so nervous.
You were nervous? Why were you nervous?
Yeah, because like everybody's like, oh my god, you're gonna have Monica Perez, and I didn't know who she was. So like then I started listening to some of her stuff, and like how
She's
she's
smart
like,
as
oh my
fuck.
god, and I'm just like, oh my god, like this is like, listen, I'll be honest, there's not a lot of women I look up to because I hate to say it's like this sounds like kind of like shitty, but like my mom,
You're a pick me ass bitch, aren't you? Just kidding.
my mom and my aunt and my grandmother, like those
You
are
had really good examples. You had really good examples.
like them are some just strong ass bitches, dude. And like my mom, out of all of them, you know, with a couple of exceptions, my mom was like so much fucking fun, dude. Like
Fun's important.
I didn't realize it when I was younger. Like I didn't get it. And like now, like I get it. Like I look back and I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like I now get like all the pain, not all the pain, but some of the pain. Like because my mom lost her dad when I was almost 1 year old. So like I look at my kids and I lost my parents and Christmas is like really hard for us, and I'm like, man, like I don't remember a bad Christmas, you know?
Right.
Like I just remember my parents being happy and like just
Tanner's taking a shit right now. Sorry, go on.
you know, and like my mom was just fucking fun. Like my mom was like how I am right now after last week. My mom was like, she would just take everything in. And like I said, I didn't understand what she was doing when I was younger. She'd take everything in. And then I remember my mom sitting on the phone with like my aunt that night, like just drinking and laughing and having the best fucking time. And I'm like, damn, like she would have been a lot worse mom if she didn't take those moments for herself. But at the same time, I'm glad she wasn't like some moms that I knew growing up that were just kind of drunk all the time and
totally checked out.
Yeah, just completely checked out for their kids' life. But my mom was the type that was like, I'm going to take my time and what the fuck ever. And
No, I've always said that's important. Like parents have to go have fun sometimes.
They do. And you know what? Like with the whole, I saw Dane Cook is marrying a chick that's like 23 years old, and they've been dating for 5 years since she was 18.
Supposedly even before she was 18, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, like, here's my thing. Would I be happy if a guy that age came home with my daughter? No. 10, 15 years, whatever.
17.
Like, yeah, like I was
That wasn't my first boyfriend, though.
I would still be a little bit, what do you want with my daughter? But like Adam and I have talked about before, I'm like, there's a reason a lot of guys date younger women, and let's be honest, ladies, it's because you're fucking boring. You're boring.
True. And younger girls too, they can't find guys their age who can give them like security and all that shit either, too. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna do that, wait till he's at least been divorced. I don't know if Dane Cook's been divorced. Has he been divorced before? Do you know? I don't know.
But Dane Cook he's been through some weird fucking shit, dude. Like,
yeah, because he like blew up and then like disappeared.
Yeah, well, when he blew up, he ended up finding out his brother was like taking money from him and shit.
Oh, fuck that. That's bullshit.
Yeah, and like, I mean,
so, I'm sorry I'm walking around, everybody. Am I making you sick? It's a big
Yeah.
house. I have to close all these doors and shit. Oh shit. Because I get scared. So I'm like, I have to lock everything up very good.
Oh, yeah.
Shut all the blinds so no one can look in. I'm still here though. I'm up. I'm walking around. I
I
can't
know.
believe
I'm
it.
doing really good.
You're doing good? Is that what you just said?
I am.
Yeah, we're doing good. I didn't have a week like yours, but I have my own demons I'm always fighting and shit, so I'm always happy to do this. You just went out and shit, dude. What do you need now? Stop. His stomach has been hurting for a while. I think I finally found some food that he feels a lot better, so that's good. I'm taking you on a tour of my house accidentally.
That's good. I'll know how to get around when we stay there.
Which you guys can have your own room, and then each kid can have their own room too, which is cool.
Sheesh.
Do you want more food? And there's actually 2 technical bedrooms in the basement too, but there's no beds down there right now. So whatever. I'm going to get one. Do you follow Library Wolf? By chance?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so I know her in real life too, but she has a bed I was going to pick up and throw in one of those other bedrooms. Sorry. Yeah, House Patrol. I'm on House Patrol. What?
You're just there. Oh my, no, we can't do that on Thursday night if you come in. That'll be so irresponsible.
What, to do a stream?
Oh yeah, let's do that instead.
What were you thinking? What were you just
I was like, we can watch scary movies.
well, we could do that too.
No, you should stream. That would be so fun.
We'll stream, and then whenever Hex comes, whichever night on Friday night, we should do a live stream with him, all 3 of us too. I think that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
If we have time and you're not too stressed out,
I'm gonna try not to be stressed out. It's and it's as far as the food, I don't know. We're ordering a bunch of sheet pizza, and then we're making the. So I have a few friends bringing food, and then I'll post it in my family Facebook thing if anybody wants, and I'm sure some of them will bring food.
Just say bring something if you want,
But yeah, we're gonna have this cucumber, tomato, onion salad.
You told me about that. It was good, right?
Good. Dip that shit in some pizza.
Is Adam gonna beat you?
He only beats me at
He would never do it online, that's for sure. See, that's why I know him and Mr. Forrest when we get around, because we can joke. That's how we joke and shit too. So
did you put Bubba to bed? Good job. I got it.
Thanks, Adam.
Forrest was going to try and come in on Thursday. Did you see that? And then if Paul comes in on Thursday and Doug too.
Oh, Paul said he's coming Friday, I think, to Sunday.
Oh my God, we're all going to have that. Adam can go pick up a hack.
Be hungover like fuck on Saturday.
No, we cannot be hungover on Saturday.
No, we're not partying Friday night. We're going to be good Friday and work.
Yeah.
We're going to do work.
Yeah. We can't do that. We can't have me looking like shit.
No, we got to be, because we got to wake up early Saturday and get everything ready. Are you having chairs and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. And that's another thing I'm panicking about, is how we're going to set up all the chairs and stuff. Because you and Hex and Marina, my best friend, Chris, my other best friend, Marcy, my other best friend, all my best friends, you, Hex, Marcy, Marina, Topher, and then Paul and Doug, you guys all have to have like special seats up front.
Special seats.
And then
We'll
like,
just sit by each other. We'll just sit by each other.
no, like, and then, well, because part of the thing is like Paul is going to be video recording it.
Okay.
We have to make sure that he's set up good. And then,
They'll bring a bunch of stuff, I'm sure, like tripods and shit.
but like where it's going to be set up is going to be a little bit awkward because it has to be right around where Adam told me he loved me for the first time.
Aww.
That shit is so fucking beautiful. He didn't like, listen, I had already told him that he loved me.
I love
And
it.
he said, I'm getting there.
And did you say you love him and then he said, I'm getting there? Is that what he said?
No, like we were joking around in my bedroom at my parents' house, and I'm like, oh, you love me. And he's like, I'm getting there.
Aww. Was it on the property though, like where he finally said it?
Yeah. Yeah. Like right where we're renewing our vows, and he's so fucking cute. Right, honey? Yeah.
I
That's
love it.
why. Like
First
my
shot.
first
Sorry.
shot one.
He says, I'm still here, but what? Okay, go on, Alice. But what?
That's what I want to know. But what?
But what? You want to see the Forest House kitchen?
I do.
While I'm walking around being a nut right now. Oh, shit. They redid it. It used to be very 90s, but they redid it at one point. So it's like, it's really nice. There's a big old, the best part is this big old island. That's the best fucking part.
Love that.
Yeah. One time we had a get together and we did charcuterie board. You know what I'm talking about. Like where you do meat and cheese and a pasto, basically. So, and that whole island was covered with all that shit. It was so good. Here, I'm going to show you Mr. Forrest and Mommy too really quick. Right there. Right next to me. He's sweet. Someone sent me something today. I told I'm like, he looks like Anderson Cooper, who's gay, but ooh, nice one, Adam.
She
We're
said
burping
nice.
tonight.
He does not look like Anderson Cooper. I can't believe though. Okay, you know how you admitted you voted for Hillary Clinton? I'm
Yeah.
gonna admit,
Let's
y'all.
hear it.
I used to have a little crush on Anderson Cooper. Now listen, it was like 10 years ago.
I liked Lance from NSYNC, and he's fucking he's gay. He was my crush, and he ended up fucking gay. So
You know what the hardest was for me though was George Michael. Like, oh, that was so rough, man. To like,
did you not know though? Like at first, you had to have an idea, right?
Well, here's the thing about him, and he even admitted this himself, is like when he was in Wham, he dressed kind of gay, but when he went on his own, and he was dressed more of his own style, he was more straight, and he was like, but this is like, yeah, I'm gay, but like this is how I like to dress.
It doesn't
Like I'm
yeah.
like, but yeah, I should have known, but I didn't know.
I had no idea with Lance. Like that was a surprise from Lance from NSYNC.
Okay, really? I thought they were all gay.
Yeah, right. They probably actually are to some extent. At least they've at least done gay shit. Let's face it, probably. So
They might have.
that was the only boy because I didn't get it. New Kids on the Block was like I didn't get into that. That was
Really?
Yeah, like I was so sheltered anyways. I've told you the very first secular music I heard was like when I was fucking
Crazy.
9 or 10, and it was Simon and Garfunkel, which that was a good introduction. I mean, I maybe heard some, but we only listened to. Oh, and then there was this Christian artist named Twyla Paris, and Amy Grant. Do you remember Amy Grant? Because
I do remember
Amy Grant got divorced, and we weren't allowed to listen to her anymore because she got divorced.
Are you kidding me?
Or like, yeah, there was attitude about it, and I'm like, oh my god, it's so funny how people were. That's why everyone's crazy now, because all those conservative Christians were so crazy back then, you know?
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
true.
yeah. Like, yeah. I mean, like, well,
Some of
I
the
mean,
stuff.
I don't
not
know.
all
I
of them.
guess life can just. I don't know, dude. I'm still wondering, does parenting work?
Well, you do. Well, I mean, kind of not. Like, you do what you
I mean,
can.
Like, here's my thing. Like, okay, like my
Bye first shot. Oh no, Travis left. Sorry, bye, Travis. Go on.
my parents were like, they were kind of cool, but they kind of weren't. Like, I was at a party like about a month or two ago, and somebody was like, "Was your dad a priest?" And I
A
was calling
priest?
him yeah, because when I was telling him the things I could and could not do growing up, but like, me and one of my sisters are the only two of 5 kids that are happily married. I may not talk to either one of my sisters anymore, but I will not deny that one of my sisters landed a good man and they're happily married. And if I ever found out they were divorced, I would be shocked by it.
That seems like a good marriage and shit.
Yeah, you know, so of 5 kids, you have 2 that are happily married. Now I have friends and family that come from very strict, conservative type upbringings, and like none of them are in happy marriages. So it's like sometimes like I sit back and look and I'm like, I mean, like I look at my parents and it's like, I mean, I don't know. Like I saw my parents go through a lot of shit in life. Like a lot of shit. And I'm just like, the way I looked at it is that's what I want. I want no matter how hard times get, we can still laugh together. I want no matter how hard times get, I'm always gonna love you.
Yes.
No matter how angry I get at you, I don't know how to put this. If somebody faces me with a choice, I'm always gonna choose you.
Right.
So like I saw that in my parents. And
even in sickness, which is big.
Yeah, a very sick. And you know, people could argue, well, you saw a very crazy time with your parents and it made you more committed. But like my one sister who's happily married, like, dude, she was fucking long gone before my dad got sick. Like, long gone.
Right. She was already an adult.
You know, I don't know, man. I'm starting to think, like, sometimes people are just gonna take in what they take in, you know? Like, my family is, like, really big on, like, education and all this shit. So, like, my dad had all of us tested for our IQ.
Oh, really? Like how old were you?
We were young, you know, and he had they had every single child tested. with their IQs. And I have the highest IQ of my family, which is why sometimes I'm like, yeah, IQs don't mean that much because I have a high IQ.
But it's more about like common sense or some shit like that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I hear you. I hear you on that. Like, I look at people that, look at Elon Musk. Like, he's a highly intelligent person, extremely highly intelligent person. Doesn't seem to be too good at picking out spouses. People to raise their children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think he also wants to just have a shit ton of babies too.
Yeah. I mean, so like I don't know like how much IQs mean because like I don't think I'm that smart.
You are though, because look at your life. Like I feel like when you end up in a good life, there's something to that, you know? You made good choices along the way. Like we talked about before, you didn't get into shit tons of debt and all this stuff, you know? Like that's part of it.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not do that because,
We wouldn't have the life, Mr. Force Mom wouldn't have fucking took me in if I had a bunch of debt or some shit, you know? Like, he wouldn't have. Like, or if I had never, like, worked before and understood the value of a dollar, you know, that kind of shit. You know, and you did. You understood that stuff. Sorry. I'm walking around. Oh, Travis. What'd you say?
For sure I did. Like, I lived with my parents, like, I moved out when I was 18 and out of school, like, pretty much as soon as I was out of school, I moved out and came back home.
Rent.
Yeah. I mean, tail between my legs.
At least you tried, though. At least you went out and you understood what it took to support your ass, you know?
Yeah, but even when I lived at home, I was paying, like, a lot of bills because, like, my dad was really sick.
Right.
And, like, I would pay for groceries. And it wasn't just groceries for the three of us. It was groceries for everybody that would come in and out of this house. My parents had 4 kids. And they had grandkids coming here to eat and stuff like that. And
it felt natural to you to kind of do that, though, right? Or did you hate it when you had to pay your own money for it?
No, I never hated it. In fact, one of the best compliments I ever had was I was at a party a few years ago, and my friend that has known me not since my dad was sick, but a little bit after, and there was this young kid there, and he was like, "You see this girl? I knew her when she was in her 20s taking care of her dad. She never bitched about taking care of him. She never bitched about bills she had to pay." He was like, "You kids bitch about the most simple of things." And it meant a lot to me because I don't think it hurts. It hurts a lot what happened with my dad. Like, a lot. But it's not his fault. He didn't do it. It just happened. It just happened. And I'm not going to bitch about having to take care of him. I was never going to bitch about, like, there was a couple times where I bitched, but I just never really did. I just didn't because I don't know what that would be like to, like, not be able to, like, make a sandwich when you wanted a sandwich, go get ice cream when you wanted ice cream. Like, I don't know what that is.
And it's okay for caretakers to kind of, like, need to let stuff off their chest sometimes, right? Like, that's fine. But yeah, you're just like, this is what I need to do. This is what I need to do because, and it's not the way it's supposed to work out, but that's the way it worked out. And that's what it was, you know?
Yeah, it made me a very, very different person, though. Like, I'm completely changed because of it. And, like, I don't think a lot of my family understands that. I think a lot of my family has compassion for what happened with my dad because so many people like loved my mom and dad and like they just had compassion for the situation. But I don't think a lot of people understand what that does to a family.
Yeah, they weren't changing the diapers and shit like that, or like bags. They weren't. Yeah, it's different when you have to do that. It does change you.
I mean, it's honestly at the end of the day, like tore our family apart. And I know my dad would like hate for that to happen, but at the same time, I don't think my dad would be upset that I'm as happy as I am today.
Oh no. And you did your fucking part too. Like you don't ever have to feel guilty that you like, I don't know. You did what was right. You did what was like morally and good, right, in my opinion. Just
And
saying.
I like when my dad asked me to move in here, Adam wasn't there. And like I brought it up to Adam and he was like, okay, so we'll do it. But like I had lived with my dad before and I knew like this was gonna get really bad. I don't think Adam knew it was gonna get as bad as it was, but I respect him for having the balls to be just like, okay, we'll do it. Because there's like my dad said, like his other son-in-laws would never do the thing for him that Adam did for him. And Adam did a lot for my dad. It's one of the reasons I married him.
Yeah,
like
when they want to like help take care of your family too, that's huge. It's a huge thing. It's huge.
It's very, very huge. Like a lot of
to that extent. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, like Adam met my dad and my dad was in a wheelchair. Like, I mean, and he'd already been in one for almost 10 years, So, like, my life was, like, coming home and emptying urinals and, like, doing all this shit. And, like, most guys would, like, turn their head at it. And I would tell my friends at the time, like, no guy is, like, ever going to want to marry me because of my dad. Like, and then, like, Adam came along. He steps up to the plate like a motherfucker. And I can't believe it to this day. And, like, that's one of the reasons I want to renew vows with him because, like,
he's a family man. He's a true blue family man.
He lived up to everything I wanted him to live up to. Like, he took care of my dad to the last step. And that's not an exaggeration. Like, I don't want to give
major care. It was major care.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot to fucking be a caretaker. It's a lot.
It's huge. Like, I told you about my friend who's 95-year-old, or he's almost 95. He's like declined really fast. So like he's had to learn how to change diaper because he like literally went in 3 weeks. He went from able to walk up to the stair to now he's completely bedridden. And she thinks it's from the vaccine shit because he's like boosted. He's gotten like the boosters and all that shit. But then I'm like, yeah, he is fucking 95. I'm not making coffee now. I'm getting it ready for the morning. Travis and Stoner, you guys are both here. And two other, I think the other person's me. And then the other person might be Alice. But you're not, you guys aren't the only people here. Are you good, Alice? You want me to take it off live? Are you good?
We can take it off. Well, let me pee.
Okay. You pee. Stoner, I was just getting coffee ready for the morning.
Oh, I was talking to Adam. And I was like, you know what? I'm like, and this is so funny because it's just like, I'm peeing right now. It's just my anxiety. And I'm like, you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't want to get pancakes from a restaurant that morning. He's like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to rely on other people because what if they're late? And I'll totally freak out. I'm like, so we just need to go and get a bunch of bacon and sausage and eggs, and we'll make eggs and pancakes and sausage and bacon the morning of the vow renewal.
Yeah, that'd be good. Oh, the morning of the vow renewal.
Well, yeah, because I want to make sure like all of us are fed that day. Because like I don't want to be like 2 o'clock and everybody's like, "Oh my God, we're hungry. We haven't ate yet today."
Yeah, we do need to eat before if we do drink a little bit. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know what I was thinking about? I'm kind of thinking about making fresh lemonade for me and you the Friday night before the vow renewal.
Making fresh lemonade?
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, that's true.
It is.
Fresh lemonade is always really good. Ooh, I love that I've been walking around. I love this little tablet because I can like walk around with it. I like it.
Oh my God, my little orange babies. Oh my God. And you know what?
What?
Stupid fat cat. Go. It's like only like 30 more days till we go adopt another kitten. I'm so excited.
You're so lucky.
I know, but when you come here, we're gonna have a little baby kitten.
I need it.
Ooh.
Stoner. Oh no, Mr. Force Mommy isn't here tonight, but he'll be here tomorrow night. So that coffee's just for me. I like to get it ready.
Did you ever answer? How did you meet Forest Mommy?
Forest Daddy or Mr. Forest Mommy, you mean?
Yeah, Mr. Forest.
So I worked this job. I used to be a full charge bookkeeper for years. That was like my job out of high school and stuff. And I had this one job. I was a full charge bookkeeper, and we merged with another company. And then, oh yeah, I'm gonna smoke some pot. That's what I'm gonna do. Merged with another company, and then the company we merged with, the new owner of that company, grew up with Mr. Forest Mommy. Mr. Forest Mommy's a contractor, and we needed to build some more offices in our office building, so they hired him. So like at work, but we didn't work together. But at work is how we met. And it wasn't perfect. It wasn't beautiful, but 13 years later, we're here. So, and I ain't fucking. I'm in it to win it, like I've said before. So, because I'm beneficiary. So.
That is not the only reason, and you know.
No, I know. That's why, like, I laugh though, because I tell people, because if you get divorced, you can get shit. But I'm like, no, I literally have to stay till the end if I want a consolation prize out of it. So, but I'm also, and he's like saw how I take care of people and stuff too. So I think, you know, and he saw that like I paid my own rent and was responsible. So that's the only reason. But he had been divorced, and that bitch took him for a ride. So. I don't know.
You're so cute. I love it.
I do. I love him to death.
I just was like, I love when people find the right person to spend the rest of their life with. Like, it's a beautiful thing.
And I'm such a free. It had to work out perfectly because I was like, I loved my ex. It wasn't bad when we broke up or anything, but I was like, I am different than what, and he ended up getting married and stuff, which I would have never married I would have never got married. So I'm like, I'm happy I let him go do that because I'm not on that path, you know, and Mr. Forest Mommy understands my path. So.
Oh my God. Somebody's here to say hi.
Oh, is this the big sweet one? Yeah. Oh. What's that one's name? What's that one's name?
Philly.
Philly.
We didn't.
No. That happened.
We did not name him. All our cats are named after country music shit. But we decided to like span out into more music shit because I'm like, dude, it's like I'm kind of running out of country music names. So yeah, like we're broadening out.
Do you have a Dolly Parton? You can have a Dolly Parton.
I totally want a little Dolly. Oh my God, I so want a little Dolly. But you know what else I want to like go with my 80s love of music is a little Jack and Diane.
Oh, that'd be cute too. That is cute.
Yeah, but like, yeah, I've definitely like, and then I had some cats named after wrestlers. back in the day. But then when when Adam and I got together, like the country music thing just sucked. But now we're broadening our horizons and going with other little animals or other little whatever. I don't know. I just
Should we end the live? We're almost at 5 fucking hours.
yeah.
I'm up. We can stay up and talk.
Okay.
What?
Let's end the live and let's go private.
Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks Travis and Stoner and whoever the other. Well, one's me, I know, but whoever the other people are. Okay. Bye everybody.